Success is not the key to happiness, but happiness is the key to success. If you love what you are doing, you will definitely be successful. With this positive feel, I, Dr. Rupali Tekade, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, welcomes you all. Namaskar and a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the galaxy of intellectuals, dignitaries, distinguished guests from different time zones across the globe. Once again, I take this privilege to welcome you all on behalf of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's late Rajkamalji Bharti, Arts Commerce, and Srimati Sushilabai Rajkamalji Bharti, Science College, Arni, Yavatmal, in one-day international multidisciplinary e-conference on recent innovations in science and technology, RIT 2022. This conference is built in the memory of our beloved former president, late Dr. Sanjay Ji Bharti. It also aims an intention of active and interactive learning and also expose young scientists and researchers in the area of science and technology with recent innovation. It's the base for creating awareness among all the participants to share and exchange their experiences and results on all aspects of recent advances and emerging trends in the various scientific fields. Dear all, it's a proud privilege to have Honorable Advocate Siddharth Bharti, Secretary, Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Arni, as the President of today's inaugural function. I request Honorable Siddharth to come on the position and occupy the distinguished chair. I am really happy to welcome you, sir. Thank you. We really feel blessed with the presence of Dr. Dilip Malkhede, Vice Chancellor, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. Dr. Malkhede, sir, the man of distinct vision and fountain head of illuminating ideas and the inspiration to all of us. I humbly request Dr. Malkhede, sir, to grace the occasion of the conference. I welcome you, sir. Thank you. I am immensely pleased to welcome Dr. Kirantai Bharti, President, Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni. I request our beloved President, ma'am, to please join us as the guest of honor for today's ceremony virtually. I extend my warm welcome to you. Thank you, ma'am. We are delighted to have Honorable Priyadarshanji Bharti, Treasurer, Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, to please join us for the inaugural function as the guest of honor. I extend my warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you. Accompanying on the dais with the warm words of welcome, may I request Dr. R.M. Tated, sir, Principal of our college, to please occupy the chair on the dais. Thank you, sir. I deem it a great privilege to welcome a person with a great mission and vision for this institute. He is none other than Dr. S.V. Wankhede, Head Department of Library. I request, sir, to please grace the occasion and join us on the dais. Thank you, sir. With equal pleasure, I invite Dr. Dhananjay Deshmukh, the convener of the conference, to please take his place on the dais. I would also like to invite Dr. Manoj Thakure, the co-convener of this conference, to please join the dais. Thank you. Once again, thank you all of you. We consider it a great honor, more than the pleasure, to welcome our delegates across the globe and feel happy to announce that for today's conference, we have Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh. He is the postdoctoral fellow at Guangdong University of Technology, Guangzhou, China. The second guest we have Dr. Rahul Basu. He is also the postdoctoral researcher at National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, United States of America. We have Dr. Daniel Anya. He is working as a staff scientist at Radboud University, Netherlands. Last but not the least, we have Dr. Mumtaz Beg, Research Scholar, Department of Integrative Biology, University of Gulf, Canada. Accompanying them, we also are blessed with the presence of chairpersons of the respective technical sessions. I welcome Dr. Are Gunhane sir, chairperson, Board of Studies, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. Welcome, sir. We have Dr. S.P. Yavle, sir, chairperson for the second technical session. He is the head, Department of Physics, Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati. Welcome, sir. We have Dr. S.N. Malode, Head, Department of Botany, Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati. We also have Dr. N.S. Thakre, Principal, MS, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Manora. I once again welcome all the eminent speakers and delegates from all over the country who have joined us from different walks of their life. I hope you will have the productive day and sincerely wish that this conference will be a great success, not only as an opportunity to share knowledge and experiences, but also beginning of long and fruitful cooperation. Thank you. Moving ahead, now let's pay tribute to one of the great saints, Sant Gadge Baba, by following the path and principles that he has shown to us with the glowing lamp witnessing the symbol and also symbolizes the victory over darkness. As I have said earlier that we are organizing this one-day international conference, which is not only the intellectual interaction, but a humble, hardcore tribute to our president, late Dr. Sanjay Ji Bharti. He was working as the head, Department of Orthopedics in Sri Vasantarao Naik Government Hospital, Yavatmal. He had worked as the president of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, since 2000. He had keen interest in the field of science and technology. As a result of this, he started science branch for the overall development of the students of Arni. He always used to say, whatever work we do, ultimately the beneficiaries should be the farmers, tribal people, and the students. As per this vision, he worked to fulfill it throughout his life. So we can say that he was a man of his word. He always gave his level best for the development of our college. He continuously was engaged in the social activities also. Sir, your inspiring guidance and memories would always be in our hearts, and we will try to give our best for the development of this institution. Thank you. When all the endeavors are navigated in the right direction, then the destination comes easy. Our navigator, the captain of our ship, the man who doesn't need any introduction and known among all of us for his support, he is none other than Dr. R.M. Tate, the principal of this college. May I request you, sir, to please have your welcome remarks.
Good morning, friends. I am Professor R.M. Tate, the principal of late Rajkumar Bharti Art, Commerce and St. Kitlabai R. Bharti Science College, Arni. Welcome you all in the International Multidisciplinary e-conference on recent innovations in science and technology organized by Department of Science and IQAC. Friends, our college was established in 1984 with the two faculties, Arts and Commerce. And then we started Science faculty in 2009. Under the leadership of late Dr. Sanjay Ji Bharti, the main purpose of starting this Science faculty was to give the girl students an opportunity of studying graduation in all the faculties. We also faced NAC in 2016 successfully. Our college takes initiative in many social activities like blood donation, medical health checkup camps, women entertainment programs. Our college also organize many workshops, seminars, and conferences. Today also, we organize an international multidisciplinary e-conference. Being the principal of the college, I feel glad to welcome the inaugurator of today's e-conference, Honorable Dr. Dilip Malkhede, the Vice Chancellor, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. Guest of the honor, Dr. Kirantai Sanjay Ji Bharti, the President, Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni. Honorable Advocate Siddharth Ji Sanjay Ji Bharti, Secretary, Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni. Honorable Priyadarshan Ji R. Bharti, Treasurer of the institution, all the executive members of the institution, all the chief keynotes of the institution, all the chief keynote speakers of today's e-conference, and all the participants. We participate in this e-conference in large number. I again welcome you all and wish you all the best and good day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome remark. Your words always gives us the energy to work in a better way. Moving forward, may I take the opportunity to invite Dr. Dhananjay Deshmukh, the convener, to present his visionary words in form of a speech.
Thank you, sir. Mendicant saint and social reformer, Sri Sant Gadge Maharaj, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, Dr. Dilip Malkhede sir, respected President of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, Honorable Dr. Kirantai S. Bharti, Honorable Secretary, Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, Advocate Sri Siddharth S. Bharti, Honorable all executive members of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, all the international invited speakers from India and abroad, participants from India and abroad, all the online joint esteemed delegates, my all staff members, colleagues, and students. First of all, on behalf of organizing committee of late Rajkamalji Bharti Arts Commerce and Srimati Sushilabai Rajkamalji Bharti Science College, Arni, I welcome you all in one-day international multidisciplinary e-conference on recent innovation 22. Honorable dignitaries and members, may name of disciplines and faculties to one platform so that revolutions and new technologies in science and applied science could help each other in every aspect of research. By keeping this view in mind, the themes of the conferences were chosen. When the fields such as basic science, applied science, biological science, engineering, and medical science would start working together, that would be the real start of more revolutionary research. The one-day international multidisciplinary e-conference on recent innovations in science and technology consists of 4 consecutive international technical sessions based on all the key areas of basic science, applied science, and medical science. For the first session, we have Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh as the invited speaker from China. For the second session, we have Dr. Rahul Basu from United States of America. For the third session, we have Dr. Daniel Blanco Ania from Netherlands. For the fourth session, we have Dr. Mumtaz Beg from Canada. I am very much thankful to all the esteemed delegates of abroad on behalf of management of the institution and all the staff members of the college, without whom the international event would not be possible. I am also thankful to the chairpersons, Dr. S.P. Yavle sir, Dr. S.N. Malode sir, Dr. N.S. Thakre sir, and Dr. R.A. Gulhane sir, who have given their valuable and countless time on behalf of management and all the staff members. The technical sessions will be followed by oral presentation of some selected excellent personalities, which is then followed by valedictory functions. The honorable dignitaries and colleagues, e-conference may be an excellent opportunity to all the global researchers in the world to have global knowledge at just a tip of the button of your e-instrument. The spark of the fact came into the action in the form of this e-conference. Honorable members, we have received the robust response of the researchers within India and abroad. Until now, we have received about 229 numbers of registrations for this e-conference, and near about 134 researchers from multidisciplinary areas have put their research papers for publications. This is a moment of great pride for our college, and we are very much thankful for the faith you have shown in our college to the participants. We have very much confidence that a newly joined researcher can gain a wide range of knowledge from our published papers. So for the same, I wish you a fruitful and knowledge-based session from all of our international delegates, and hope that this e-conference will open the more wish gates to the researcher in all areas of sciences, with the assurance that more enriched and full of research sessions will be arranged for you there in the future. I take your leave. Thanks. Thanks all.
Thank you, sir, for your concept note of the conference. Now let's pay attention to our esteemed guest and inaugurator, Dr. Dilip Malkhede, Vice Chancellor, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. Without wasting time, I request Dr. Malkhede sir to start with his inaugural address. Over to you, sir. Dr. Malkhede sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Can you put this camera of the dais also on so that at least I can see some faces? There is only one Professor Yavle who is on the screen, so I will not have the feeling of having people, having a discussion with the people. So at least some people should put the camera on so that we are connected, better connected. Thank you. Thank you so much and good morning to all of you. Let me first of all congratulate the institute, the college for organizing such a wonderful conference. Conference entitled as Recent Innovations in Science and Technology. A very appropriate title of the conference. It covers everything. It covers research, it covers innovations, and it talks of recent innovations, right? Recent innovations. So I hope you got the papers as per the theme that you were expecting. And the themes listed there for the conference are also very, very appropriate. Before I start speaking to you, let me first of all congratulate for, wonderfully identifying the title of the conference and the themes that you have chosen. So congratulations, organizers. I don't know the people there in personally, but I am sure the principal, the management of the institutions are available there to attend and inaugurate the conference. So kindly excuse me if I don't take your name, but Professor Tathed, who is the principal of this organizing institution, I hope he represents everybody, and I will mention the name. And the convener, co-convener are very important because they have to put in a lot of efforts. So Professor D.P. Deshmukh, Professor Kakpure, both deserves congratulations for this, and I am very glad that you have involved university for this. Please put unmute, and somebody has unmuted. LBS Arts College, please mute yourself. Okay. Just 2 or 3 things I would like to cover in another 5 to 6 minutes here. One thing, that if the country has to progress, if the university has to progress, if the education has to be a better and quality education, research is very important. There are some universities where a lot of research takes place. There are some universities where not much research takes place, but very good teaching takes place. And there are universities where teaching and research both take place. But these are connected, interconnected things. And therefore, wherever research takes place, the teaching quality is better. Therefore, whosoever are attending, currently I think 67 people are available online. I think there must be some people who are attending in face-to-face mode. I would like to make an appeal to each one of you, whether it benefits you in you getting your promotion or it doesn't get benefit, doesn't benefit. It is our duty, individual's duty. If you want to be a good person, Professor Vavre, please, can you please, focus here. If you want to be, a good teacher, if you want to contribute, it is better that you involve yourself in research. Research is that way important. Research, and then your title also talks about the innovation. What do you mean by innovation? What do you mean by research? So fundamentally, when the research is started, which probably around 50 plus people will be interested in doing the research, what should we do? We have to do research, means what should we actually do is the first and foremost question. Probably this question remains in your mind throughout the life. Is this the PhD degree that you get? Is this 1 or 2 publication? Does that mean you have started research? I think you need to understand what that research is. And I will make an attempt to tell you in the simplest possible way. Then comes the innovation. Then I will tell you how can you make your research more relevant, more interesting. And then probably I will talk about the quality, etc. Then I would like to also make an appeal to the organizers, the co-convener and the convener here. So let's talk about the research now, because it is not a face-to-face. I would have asked the question as we ask in the classroom, and we raise the question to the students, and student answer the question. And that's not possible here, or that may be a little time consuming. I will avoid that. How do you find a research topic? My simple approach is you look at the problems around, or problems in your area. And if you look at the problems in your area, it can be a subject, it can be your geographical area, it can be society, it can be your taluka, it can be district, or it can be state, or it can be nation, or it can be globe. or it can be botany, or it can be zoology, it can be history or Marathi. You think of the problem there and you just take one sentence, and that one sentence can be evolved as a research topic. That one sentence. To my students, I keep generally telling you, take a good book, open any page, read that page, and in every paragraph of the book, you will find a research topic. That is how you can find it from the textbook. It can be evolved. I'm saying it can be evolved as a topic. And therefore, and another approach is look at the surrounding, look at the society, find out the problem, then find out the solution. That becomes your research area for the lifetime. Not only for guiding 1 or 2 PhD students, or not only for completing your PhD. So that is the most fundamental approach. And therefore you look at it, you read about it. When you read about it, you get knowledge, you come in contact with people, you come in contact with research documents, you come in contact to, you come across the research thesis, research papers, and you come across with the data, and that becomes very useful for our supporting data for your research. And if you do it this way, if you adopt this approach, you will not regret in life. कारण कोणी तुमच्यावर टॉपिक थोपवलेला नसतो. It is as per your choice. It is also relevant. It is useful to the society, and it, in fact, boosts your own moral. की मी काहीतरी आयुष्यात चांगलं काम केलं, कारण तो लाईव्ह प्रॉब्लेम आहे तो मी घेतला. तो तुमचा सोसायटीचा असू शकतो, किंवा तो जगाचा असू शकतो, इंडियाच्या बाहेरचा असू शकतो, पण त्याची युटिलिटी जर झाली तर माणसाला फार समाधान मिळतं. Otherwise, thesis after thesis, every year we have around 700 plus theses. Every year the theses are kept in the library. No one refers to it. Even you may not be able to open it. You may not like to open it if it is not relevant. If it is not, and please, when you are putting in 5 years, 6 years of your life for research, or at least 3 years of your lifetime for research, don't let these 3 years go as waste. You will not like, no one will like it. A child will not like to even go, waste a second. You are all matured student, teachers, and naturally we will not like to waste a single moment. And if that is the case, find out the topic which touches your heart, which is relevant, which is going to be used. That's one thing I wanted to emphasize. So on this occasion of inauguration of conference, what I am saying is, find out what the research is and find out the title very carefully. Don't do if you don't find the title. Don't do any research on the topic you are not finding. Okay. Number 2. Once this problem is solved, once the topic chosen is close to your heart, quality automatically comes in. Then I don't have to talk about quality. I don't have to tell you that you don't copy. I don't you don't have to tell you that you go through this software for checking your paper or the thesis through Turnitin software, and etc. etc. Quality will automatically come in. And therefore, choosing the right title, choosing the title or topic of your own, that is very important. Okay. Now, what is innovation? This title also talks about innovation. Innovation means something new in the area. Innovation is generally used for development of the product. हे इनोव्हेटिव्ह प्रॉडक्ट म्हणतो. प्रिंटर आहे इनोव्हेटिव्ह आहे, टेलिव्हिजन आहे इनोव्हेटिव्ह आहे, कॉम्प्युटर स्क्रीन आहे इनोव्हेटिव्ह आहे. इनोव्हेटिव्ह म्हणजे काय, यामध्ये सुद्धा जास्त कन्फ्यूज न करता एकच गोष्ट, जी गोष्ट इनोव्हेशन साठी आपण घेतली असेल, निवडली असेल, ती गोष्ट त्या गोष्टीमधली महत्वाची वस्तू, महत्वाचा पार्ट शोधायचा. जसं कॅमेरामध्ये पूर्वी कॅमेराचे रोल होते महत्वाचे, टेलिव्हिजन मध्ये पिक्चर ट्यूब महत्वाची होती. अशा महत्वाच्या गोष्टी, त्या गोष्टी काढून टाकायच्या आणि तीच गोष्ट निर्माण करायची. आणि ती जर गोष्ट निर्माण झाली तर त्याला इनोव्हेटिव्ह प्रॉडक्ट म्हणता येईल. जसं उदाहरणार्थ टेलिव्हिजन मध्ये इनोव्हेटिव्ह टेलिव्हिजन बनवा म्हटलं असतं तर सगळ्यांनी विचार केला असतं की पिक्चर ट्यूब ठेवायची आणि बाकी कुठे काय कमी जास्त करता येते का ते बघू. पण इनोव्हेशन, मेजर इनोव्हेटर्स म्हणतात की जी महत्वाची गोष्ट वाटते ती गोष्ट आधी त्यातून रिमूव्ह करा अँड नाउ थिंक ऑफ फ्रेश of how you can develop a television without the picture tube. पूर्वी कॉम्प्युटरचे स्क्रीन बघत होता तुम्ही, मोठा स्क्रीन, त्याला पण पिक्चर ट्यूब. तोच काढला तर आपल्याकडे TFT मॉनिटर आहे, LED मॉनिटर आहे. टेलिव्हिजन सुद्धा LED मॉनिटर्स आहेत. पूर्वी फार मोठमोठे टेलिव्हिजन असायचे. रेडिओ मध्ये मोठमोठ्या ट्यूब्स असायच्या, त्या काढून टाकल्या, ट्रान्झिस्टर झाला. ट्रान्झिस्टर आणखी कॉम्पॅक्ट होत गेला. व्हेरी स्मॉल स्केल इंटिग्रेटेड सर्किट त्यामध्ये आले. त्याच्यामुळे रेडिओ आता तुमच्या मोबाईल मध्ये सुद्धा आहे. सो इनोव्हेशन इज दॅट इनोव्हेशन अँड थिंक इफ इट कॅन बी डन. बट मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग इज you innovate, you do something new in your area. Research is not difficult. जास्तीत जास्त रेलेव्हंट रिसर्च केलं, जास्तीत जास्त तुमच्या चॉईसचं रिसर्च केलं तर निश्चितपणे ते लोकांच्या उपयोगाचं आहे आणि तुम्हाला वैयक्तिकरित्या तुमच्या मनात, तुमच्या बाबतीत, स्वतःच्या बाबतीत इमेज फार चांगली होते. आपल्याच मनातून आपण उतरत नाही. सगळे कॉपी करणारे स्वतःच्या मनातून स्वतःच उतरतात. आपल्याला ते होऊ द्यायचं नाही. कॉन्फिडन्स स्वतःचा राहिला पाहिजे. कॉन्फिडन्स नसेल, आपल्या कामावर कॉन्फिडन्स नसेल मित्र हो, तर काही उपयोग नाहीये. आमच्याकडे अनेक लोक थेसिस घेऊन येतात. किती चौर्यकर्म असतं, किती कॉपी केलेलं असतं, ते सगळं माहित असतं. पण थोडी ही जी आहे ही पण एक रिव्होल्युशन आहे. आपलं सगळ्यांचं सहयोग त्याच्यामध्ये मिळेल, मी असं असं आपल्याला आवाहन करतो. आणि कोणीही कॉपी करू नका, कोणीही रटाळ रिसर्च करू नका. रिसर्च टायटल साठी गुगलवर जाऊ नका, काही जायची गरज नाही. तुम्ही फक्त ऑब्झर्वेशन करायचं, बघायचं, अरे हा बर्निंग प्रॉब्लेम दिसतो, लेट मी थिंक ऑफ दिस ॲज अ रिसर्च टॉपिक. येस, दॅट कॅन बिकम. आणि तो मग त्याच्या बाबतीत वाचा आणि त्याच्या बाबतीत वाचून 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 तो तुमचा थेसिस होऊ शकतो आणि तुम्हाला एक करिअरला फार मोठी दिशा मिळू शकते. या पद्धतीने तुम्ही केलं तर स्वतःच्या मनातून तुम्ही उतरणार नाही, इतकी मला खात्री आहे. क्वालिटी विल देन ऑटोमॅटिकली कम्स इन. आणि कोणत्याही प्रमोशन साठी रिसर्च करण्याची गरज नाही. इफ यू डू गेट इन्व्हॉल्ड इन युअर रिसर्च, यू विल नॅचरली गिव्ह सम टास्क टू स्टुडंट्स इन्व्हॉल्व झाले की तुमचे विद्यार्थी कॉलेजमध्ये येतील, येत राहतील, तुमच्या अवतीभोवती बसतील, तुमच्या सोबत काम करतील, तुमची रिसर्चची टीम तयार होईल, असं रिसर्चचं वातावरण निर्माण होईल. रिसर्चचं वातावरण निर्माण झालं तर विद्यार्थी तुमच्या क्लासरूम मध्ये पण बसतील, तुमचं टीचिंग इंटरेस्टिंग होईल. आणि रिसर्च सुरू झालं तर टीचिंग इंटरेस्टिंग झालं तर टीचिंग चांगलं होईल. आणि आपल्या संस्थांमध्ये, कॉलेजेसमध्ये, युनिव्हर्सिटीजमध्ये टीचिंग चांगलं व्हायला पाहिजे. विद्यार्थी संस्थेमध्ये राहिले पाहिजेत. 10 ते 6 कॉलेज असेल तर विद्यार्थ्याला 8:45ला 9:30लाच यावंसं वाटलं पाहिजे. अशी व्यवस्था आपल्याला सगळ्यांना निर्माण करायची आहे. सगळ्यात शेवटी मी तुम्हाला शुभेच्छा तर देतोच, या कॉन्फरन्सला शुभेच्छा देतो, तुमचे धन्यवाद, तुमचं अभिनंदन करतो. आणि एक शेवटी ऑर्गनायझरला, कन्व्हिनर, को कन्व्हिनर आणि प्राचार्यांना नाव घेऊन परत सांगतो. देशमुख सर, काकपुरे सर, ताठेट सर आणि त्यांची सेक्रेटरी जे ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटी आहे, अवाटे सर, आराडे सर, वानखडे सर आणि बाकी सगळ्या टीमला आणि पॅट्रन्स जे आहेत, भारती, अच्छा तीनही भारती आहेत, तर या सगळ्या भारतीय मंडळींना विनंती हे करतो की आता आपण कॉन्फरन्स घेतलीच आहे, इंटरनॅशनल कॉन्फरन्स घेतलीच आहे, इंटरनॅशनल लोकांशी कनेक्ट झालोच आहे, त्यांना आपण बोलवलंच आहे. माझ्या वतीने, तुमच्या कॉलेजच्या वतीने, विद्यार्थ्यांच्या वतीने या प्रत्येकांशी तुम्ही बोला की आता आपण कॉन्फरन्स गेली, थँक्यू व्हेरी मच फॉर कमिंग. तुमचं विद्यापीठ, तुमचं कॉलेज आणि आमचं विद्यापीठ, अमरावती विद्यापीठ यामध्ये आता काय सोबत करू शकतो याचा विचार करा मित्र. मी एक जबाबदारी देतो आपल्याला, हे एक आवाहन करतो की यांच्याशी प्रत्येकांशी तुम्ही 15-20 मिनिटं घेऊन नंतर कॉन्फरन्स झाल्यावर त्यांना आता आज सांगा की आम्हाला तुमचा वेळ पाहिजे आणि त्यांना नंतर मग तुम्ही वेळ घेऊन त्यांच्याशी अर्धा तासाची व्हिडिओ कॉन्फरन्सिंग प्रत्येकाशी करा आणि त्यांना विनंती करा की आमच्या सोबत तुम्ही काय कोलॅबोरेशन करू शकता. त्यांना सांगा तुमच्या देशातले विद्यार्थी आमच्याकडे आणू शकतो, आम्ही त्यांना ट्रेनिंग देऊ शकतो, 1 महिनाभर आमच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना तुम्ही देऊ शकता का? तुमचे 3 फॅकल्टी आमच्याकडे पाठवा, आम्ही त्यांची राहण्याची खाण्याची व्यवस्था करतो, तुम्ही फक्त एअरफेअर करा. इथं आल्यानंतर तुम्ही आमचे भारतीयांचे पाहुणे आहात, आम्ही तुम्हाला पैसा खर्च करू देणार नाही, आजूबाजूच्या जागा दाखवतो, 8 दिवसाचा टूर करतो, खाण्यापिण्याची राहण्याची व्यवस्था करतो. तुम्ही आमच्या फॅकल्टीला तिथे आठवड्याभरासाठी, 10 दिवसाच्या टूरसाठी, 8 दिवसाच्या टूरसाठी काही असं एंटरटेन करू शकता का, हे विचारा. विद्यार्थ्यांच्या स्टुडंट एक्सचेंज साठी विचारा, फॅकल्टी एक्सचेंज साठी विचारा, फॅकल्टी शॉर्ट टूर साठी विचारा, स्टुडंटच्या शॉर्ट टूर साठी विचारा. त्यांचं इथे कोर्स आणि इथल्या विद्यार्थ्यांचा तिथे कोर्स 1-1 महिन्याचा, 15 दिवसाचा कोर्स होऊ शकतो काय याचा विचार करा. आपल्याकडे खूप गोष्टी आहेत शिकवण्यासारख्या, शिकण्यासारख्या. रांगोळी पासून आहे तर मॉडेल बिल्डिंग पासून आहे, ते इतिहास आहे आणि योगा आहे आणि काय नाही आहे आपल्याकडे. त्यांना शिकण्यासारखं आपल्याकडे खूप आहे. 1-1 महिन्याचा कोर्स करता येऊ शकता का म्हणावं, तुम्ही आमचे पाहुणे करा, या आमच्याकडे 10 लोक या, आम्ही काळजी घेतो. माझ्याकडे द्या, तुमच्याकडे जर व्यवस्था नसेल तर माझ्याकडे अमरावतीकडे विद्यापीठात मी त्यांची गेस्ट हाऊसला व्यवस्था करतो. तुम्ही या, तुमची पण व्यवस्था करतो, तुम्ही त्यांच्यासोबत या, को कन्व्हेनर प्रिन्सिपल, ठीक आहे. आम्ही त्यांना इथे आठवडाभर ठेवू, गेस्ट हाऊस मध्ये त्यांची राहण्याची खाण्याची व्यवस्था करू. तर ही तुम्ही त्यांच्याशी चर्चा करा. जॉईंट डिग्री करू शकतो का? तुमच्या विद्यापीठाची आणि आमच्या विद्यार्थ्यांची जॉईंट डिग्री करू शकतो का? आमच्याकडे 2 वर्ष विद्यार्थी शिकतील, तुमच्याकडे 1 विद्यार्थी शिकतील, 1 वर्ष शिकेल, असं काही करता येऊ शकतं का? तुमच्याकडे तुमचा विद्यार्थी 2 वर्ष तिकडे शिकेल, 1 वर्ष आमच्याकडे शिकेल, असं करता येते का? जॉईंट डिग्री करता येऊ शकते का? किंवा निदान ऑनलाईनचे विद्यार्थी विषय आमचे विद्यार्थी इथंच राहतील, इथंच शिकतील, एखादा दुसरा विषय तुमच्याकडे तुमच्या कंट्री मधला ऑनलाईन तरी शिकू शकतील का? किंवा 1 महिना येऊन तिथे शिकवून त्याचं क्रेडिट आमच्याकडे आमचे व्हाईस चान्सलर त्याला रिकॉग्नाइज करतील, एक विषय इथला कमी, एक विषय तिथला शिकतील, असं काही करता येते का? अशी आणि अनेक पॉसिबिलिटीज आहेत. त्या कुठलीही पॉसिबिलिटी तुम्ही त्यांच्यासोबत कोलॅबोरेशन करा, याचा फायदा तुम्हाला व्यक्तिशः होईल, तुमच्या कॉलेजला होईल, अर्थाने एका अर्थाने विद्यापीठाला होईल, असं मला वाटते. एवढंच बोलतो. मी काय बोललो ते क्विक समराईज करतो. मी हे बोललो की रिसर्च काय आहे हे समजून घ्या. नंबर 2, रिसर्च टॉपिक तुम्हाला आवडेल तोच निवडा. नंबर 3 हे बोललो की क्वालिटी ऑटोमॅटिकली येईल जर तुम्ही हे असं केलं तर. आणि चौथा विषय बोललो इंटरनॅशनल कोलॅबोरेशन मध्ये आपण काय करू शकतो. तर टायटल म्हणजे क्वालिटी आणि तुमचं रिसर्च टॉपिक एरिया आणि इंटरनॅशनल कोलॅबोरेशन, एवढे 3 मुद्दे आपल्या समोर मांडलेले आहेत. मी एवढंच बोलतो आणि परत पुनश्च आपल्याला सगळ्यांचं अभिनंदन करतो आणि या कॉन्फरन्ससाठी शुभेच्छा देतो. ऑल माय बेस्ट विशेस टू यू. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. ओव्हर टू यू. यू आर म्यूट.
in spite of your busy schedule, and also for enlightening us with your encouraging words regarding the quality of research with respect to innovations, and also the doors that you have opened for all of us. I assure you, sir, that on behalf of all the participants, we'll definitely go for the qualitative research, which is definitely a need for today and future itself. And definitely we will have the foreign collaborations also. Thank you once again, sir. Moving forward, like the rainwater brings life and prosperity to the land, so are your words that brings enthusiasm and strength in our hearts. Thus, to ignite our soul, may I now request Honorable Advocate Siddharthi Bharti, President of today's inaugural ceremony, to please deliver his presidential address.
First of all, I would like to extend warm welcome on behalf of management to Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and all respected and learned keynote speakers that they have graced us with their presence for this conference. This conference and the topic in itself is a very vast topic. Even the subheadings are so vast that we can have a separate conference for each one of them. But we have to realize a fact that technology and recent trends in technology is something that has enabled us to survive in such difficult times of COVID. It is something that has enabled us to keep moving forward in such difficult time and impart education to the needy in backward areas such as the one that we serve in. The reason why this topic is so important, why science and technology and understanding the recent trends in science and technology is so important, is because in history of mankind, never has humanity made such great strides as it has made in these past 100 years. We are living in an era where an individual can have multiple realities. You can have you have your reality. You can have multiple virtual realities. You can live in gaming worlds and multiple other worlds. And all of this thanks can be given to innovations in science and technology. We have managed to put people on moon. We have managed to increase life expectancy. We have managed to find traces of water on Mars. We have made billionaires out of technology. The first generation of billionaires were built on basis of natural gas and resources. The second generation of billionaires, thanks to technology, were built on basis of telecommunication setups. Third generation on basis of software. And fourth generation of billionaire thanks to cryptocurrency, and all of this due to science and technology. And hence it becomes imperative that these trends, these knowledge from people like our keynote speakers, from Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, from multiple paper that we have today, it is imperative that this knowledge percolates to backward areas such as the one that we serve in. We are almost tethering on brink of becoming immortal thanks to cryogenics and advances in medical technology. But at the same time, we beg, one question begs ponderance from our side. And the question is very simple, that despite these great strides, have we been able to give benefit of this technology to masses at large? Have we actually been able to give benefit of technology to poor agriculture, to people who indulge in agriculture, people whose crops gets destroyed due to rain? The reason why I'm talking about these topics is because though from a global perspective, we are actually facing food security shortages and very much other shortages, it is area like ours that gets the most affected due to lack of technology due to lack of technology for use to these people who are agriculturists. Somewhere what we need to realize is that no matter how great the technology is, it is not being made available to people at large. The best example that I can give you regarding this is GPS, that is the most basic element of any guidance. of be it satellite, be it your car, be it reaching to a particular destination or hiking. The reason why GPS was introduced is because people wanted to use it for purpose of war and for navigation in war. If you ever try to find out what was the first major use of GPS, you will realize that for the first time it was used in Battle of 73 Eastings by America and Allied forces against Iraqi army in 1991. What this indicates is that we are ready to pour in money, we are ready to pour in resource, we are ready to pour in our time for benefit of war, for benefit of destruction. But it took almost 20 years from 1991 to 2011 to come that technology into mainstream. And this is just one example. What we can take, what the inference that we can take from this is that human by its very nature is a territorial and a greedy animal. And it is exactly at this juncture that institutions like us become important. It is institutions like us who impart empathy into young minds. It is institutions like us. It is institutions like Amravati University. It is institutions like other universities whose keynote speakers have joined us, who can play a very, very major role in imparting and inculcating this empathy into minds of students and making sure that the technology is used for good of people. See, conferences like these are like beacons. They attract like-minded people, they attract knowledgeable people, and somehow it creates a synergy. And this synergy serves as a guiding light for people of backward area to whom benefits of these recent trends in modern technology can be given to. Long time back, I read that if you don't want to get forgotten as soon as you die, either write things worth reading or do things worth writing. Fortunately, academicians belong to both categories. They even write the things that are worth reading, and in applied sciences, they do the things that are worth writing. But I would like to add something to this. The moment the things that you write or the things that you do are used for welfare of people, your memory becomes etched into their mind. Your memory is something that even after you, it continues for generation. The technological advancements that you bring are something that give benefit to the generations of people. And I think that is the very true meaning of immortality. And that is the only way that one can achieve immortality, and not through some science and technology, but by rather giving benefit of this science and technology to generations that are to come. Once again, I take this opportunity to welcome all the people who have joined us for this conference, one-day international conference. And I hope that the trends that you tell us about, the trends that we discuss here, somehow help us in enabling people to prepare them for future and for their benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your provoking thoughts about life and science and technology. Once again, thank you, sir. Moving forward, thanking is the great tradition of any function that has been organized in form of event. It is a proper way to end to the celebration where the dignitaries and other participants or the guests are thanked for their presence throughout. So for this last but not the least section, I would like to invite Dr. Manoj Kakure, IQAC coordinator and co-convener of this conference, to offer the thanking words. And I, Dr. Rupali Tekade, takes a leave from you. Hope to see you again into the next technical session. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to one and all. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by our heart. So, on behalf of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Arni, I feel honored and privileged to get an opportunity to propose a vote of thanks to those who have directly as well as indirectly contributed to this one-day international e-conference on recent innovations in science and technology reached 2022. Organized by Department of Science in collaboration with IQAC, led Rajkamalji Bharti, Arts, Commerce, and Srimati Sushilabai Bharti, Science College, Arni. Today, I, Dr. Manoj Kakure, co-convener of this conference and IQAC coordinator, take this opportunity to put my gratitude into words. First of all, I would like to thank Almighty God for making today's inauguration program of this international e-conference to a great success. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Dr. Dilip Malkhede sir, Vice Chancellor, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, for his gracious presence as an inaugurator in the inauguration ceremony of this conference. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your inaugural remarks and kind word. I extend my sincere thanks to Honorable Advocate Siddharthji Bharti, Secretary of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, for his presence. Thank you, sir, for encouraging us to arrange such an event and also for your motivational and inspirational words. Words are not enough to thank your constant guidance and support to shape the conference. At the outset, I would like to thank all the honorable resource persons from different countries like China, Saudi Arabia, USA, Netherlands, Canada, and Finland. Also, the chairpersons as well as the national and local advisory committee members from different states of India and outside the India who bless us with their presence. Wholeheartedly, I would like to thank our principal, Dr. R.M. Tatel sir, for his enthusiastic support and guidance for organizing such an event. Thank you, sir, for assisting and encouraging all of us. Now, I'd like to thank our librarian, Dr. S.U. Ankhali sir, for his constant help and guidance that radiate a source of energy within us. We will remain grateful to you, sir. Thank you. I would like to thank convener of this conference, Dr. D.P. Deshmukh, for taking a responsibility for arranging this international e-conference, which can be explored and new ideas of research in science and technology all over the world. My heartfelt thanks to all the delegates, research scholars, and student participants from different states of India and outside India for their gracious presence in inauguration ceremony of this international e-conference. A special hearty thanks to organizing committee, technical committee, as well as teaching and non-teaching staff of the college for their support, coordination, and enormous cooperation for making this event successful. An event like this cannot be happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires a planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues who know their jobs and results oriented. Finally, with these warm words and kind message, with the permission of all the dignitaries, I declare that today's inauguration program of this international multidisciplinary e-conference reached 2022 is over. Thank you. Thank you very much. For technical sessions, please, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Dear all, please stay tuned with us for a few seconds. We are going to start with the technical session. Please bear a few seconds. चेअर भरून once again, a very warm welcome and hello to all of you. Now we are entering into the technical session 1 of the one-day international multidisciplinary e-conference on recent innovations in science and technology, RITS 2022. For this session, we are honored to have Dr. S.P. Yavle, Head Department of Physics, GVISH, that is Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati. We also have Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh as the resource person from Guangdong University of Guangzhou, China. Firstly, I would like to request Dr. S.P. Yavle, Head Department of Physics, to please join us and host the chair as the chairperson for today's technical session 1. I extend my warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you. May I now request our today's resource person, Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh, sir, from China, to please take the distinguished chair as the resource person for this technical session. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Moving forward, I would like to request Professor Muneshwar to introduce our today's guest speaker, Dr. Abdul Hakim, sir.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Good morning to chairperson, principal sir, delegates on online platform across the globe, research scholars, and my dear students on online platform. I am pleased to introduce resource person of first technical session of the conference, Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh, sir, who has joined with us all the way from China. I feel very much privileged to introduce sir because sir has achieved many things in such a young age that only very few people can achieve. I am proud to inform you that sir is currently working as postdoctoral fellow at Guangdong University of Technology, Guangzhou, China. Sir has completed doctorate from Sejong University, South Korea. Along with this, sir has worked as assistant professor at Institute of Physics, Polish Academy of Sciences in Poland. We are blessed to have a resource person who has completed his doctorate from South Korea and postdoctorate from China. Sir has keen interest in research of luminous materials. He is an expert of handling various instruments. Along with this, sir has published more than 45 research papers in international journals. Sir has delivered invited talks and presented his research in various national and international conferences. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh, sir, to deliver his invited talk on synthesis, characterization, and mechanistic investigation of novel phosphor material with dual mode luminescence. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Can I share the screen now?
Yes, sir, it is started.
Yes, yes.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh. I am currently working as a postdoctoral fellow in School of Chemical Engineering in Light Industry, Guangdong University of Technology, Guangzhou. Firstly, I like to thank all the organizers of this conference, including patrons of this conference, convener and co-convener for inviting me and giving me the stage to present my research. So today I will talk about synthesis, characterization, and mechanistic investigation of some novel phosphor materials that have the dual mode luminescence. So to start with, I will introduce the subject, and then I will talk about the experimental part of this. Later on, I will present my research result and discussion, and then I will conclude. So to begin with the introduction, first of all, we have to know what is the dual luminescence. We have two types of emissions that are taking place in a material, where the high energy photons can convert it to the low energy photon, or the vice versa can also take place. The low energy photon can also be converted into high energy photons. So those materials which convert high energy photon into the low energy photon, they are called as Stokes type materials, and also down conversion materials, because the high energy is converting into the low energy, so they are down converting the emission. So the totally opposite case is for the upconversion material, where the material absorbs a low energy photon like NIR radiation, and it can emit in the visible region. So that is called as anti-Stokes type emission. Basically, there is a very small difference between the mechanism of down conversion and up conversion. Here we can see down conversion material can absorb high energy material, and then it can lose some energy due to the non-radiative relaxation to the certain level, and then from the lower level it can emit the radiation. In case of upconversion, in case of upconversion material, here you can find that multi-photon absorption takes place, and the multi-absorption can excite the sample to the higher state, and from higher state, it can give a single photon with high energy. So why we need to study these down conversion and up conversion materials is because down conversion materials, as can be seen here, can be used in white LEDs, or simply we can say that these materials are useful for the photonics application. Because LEDs can save energy, and they are highly efficient, have long lifetime, and they are environmental friendly. As we all know that the previous tubes that are used in our day-to-day life had mercury in it, which is not environmental friendly. So to remove mercury from these lamps, we have innovated the white LEDs. So because of this, LEDs don't require any mercury to excite, and they can be excited just by the irradiation or just by current. And these are very very less space taking materials, devices, and they produce very less heat. As here we can see that number of applications are there for in cell phones, automobiles, or in residence also. Nowadays in phosphor materials, we can tune the color of the phosphor. So either we can use them in the household, in residence, inside, and if we have a very good color rendering index, then we can also use them to the street light. So there are basically different applications for these phosphors, and thus they are very good materials to use for the application. But the issue comes here in the generation of white light. If we are making white LED, we need to make the white light, and we have only different colors, and by mixing those colors, we can make white LED. But previously, people used directly light emitting diodes to combine to make white light. But in this case, because these are LEDs, and these LEDs can have very low working time, so it can degrade, and their color also is very partial color they provide. So this is not good for the human eye. So so people have used the phosphor materials, different strategies. Here you can see that if we use blue LED and YAG phosphor, for example, this YAG phosphor is yellow phosphor, mainly has emitting yellow, but it has some component of red as well as green. So this red, blue, green, and blue, if it combines, it can give us a white light. But again here, the cross section of the emission in the red region is very low. That's why the color rendering index of this process very low. So the other methods also people try instead of using single phosphor, people use different color emitting phosphors like blue, green, and red. After combining these, they observe better color properties from this method. Also, one can also combine just 3 phosphors to get white light, but basically the combination of UV or near UV LED chip and red, green, and blue phosphors is the modern day technology that we are using to have white light emission. Because this method is low in cost, easy in fabrication, it can have high efficiency as well as CRI, and their chromatic stability is also high. And color temperature of these, because we are using phosphor, so we can tune the color temperature just by tuning the amount of phosphor or the different strategies like doping or some other thing. So basically in this strategy, phosphor is determining the performance of the white LEDs. That's why developing these kind of phosphors with high efficiency is very important nowadays. If we see about upconversion materials, so they are also useful, but they are useful in biological application. Upconversion materials are mostly using in anti-counterfeiting, patterning, displaying, or some detection, bioimaging, and nanocomposite also they have the application. So in bioimaging, basically we need a very low power radiation, and because we are dealing with the living tissue and or cells, so we don't want these cells to die. That's why we have to use some low energy excitation. That's why upconversion phosphors are very useful in biological application. These are just the basics of upconversion. These are 9 types of different processes, upconversion processes that can happen in a sample. So I will just skip that. This is just a basic. Advantage of, if we see the advantage of upconversion materials, in upconversion material we use near IR excitation light source to excite the sample. So this is very good in terms of deep tissue penetration. Here we can see if we use 980 or 808 nanometer laser, then our penetration depth is very good. If we use the UV source here, then we can end up with the cell and tissue autofluorescence. So these type of material, because we are using near IR radiation, they are free from autofluorescence also, and they have minimum or no tissue damage to the cells. In these kind of upconversion materials, normally rarer ions are doped, which has very sharp emissions due to the FF and 4F5D transition. So this has narrowband emission and a longer lifetime, and also they don't show any toxicity. So these are the good properties for the biological application. So in my study, I have focused on just development of the new phosphor materials with both dual mode luminescence in a single host. So in a single host, we can also obtain upconversion as well as downconversion emission. Also, if we have a near IR emissions that are applicable in the biological application. In case of, as I shown here, in case of these two lasers, 980 and 808 nanometer excitation, what happened with 808 nanometer excitation? We don't have much tissue absorption, but 980 absorption of water is relatively higher than 808 nanometer. That's why in bioimaging, when we use 980 nanometer excitation, we can find the hot spot in the image. But when we use 808 nanometer, because it is having lower energy, it cannot excite the water molecules, and we can get the full spot. So in my focus also, we are focusing on developing some materials with 808 nanometer excitable materials. Also, people previously used 808 nanometer laser with ND doping, because 808 absorption ER cannot absorb efficiently the 808 nanometer laser. So that's why people use neodymium. So ND can absorb 808 nanometer with 100%, and then it can transfer to the YB. So in this structure, this is too complicated because we are using 3 doping at a one host. So that will be quite critical. So if we can get the materials with 808 nanometer excitation, then we can ignore this ND, and we can just use ER and YB to excite the sample and get the UV radiation. So for developing phosphor material, I have used this strategy to design novel inorganic phosphor material, where we have to first search the structural model and just tune the chemical composition with activator, and then we can synthesize to give these materials for either for white LED or for biological application. The same process we can do. So here in my today's talk, I will talk about lithium aluminum silicate and sodium aluminum silicate, because I have selected these first because of their highly stable crystal structure, their high luminescence, and good thermal stability. Also, ER and YB are also a good actuator because they have abundant energy levels and strong emissions. So let's move to the experimental part. Here, I have used a simple solid-state reaction method in which we can just take the raw materials and grind it for certain time, depending on our starting materials, and then calcine them. And after calcination, we need one more intermediate mixing before the annealing to get the final product. So this is also the same in here. I have calcined my samples at 800 degrees centigrade for 4 hours, and I have used different annealing temperatures. So let's move to the results. First, aluminium, lithium aluminum silicate. Here we can find that the phosphorus has crystallized in a single phase with the JCPDS number 74110, which is corresponding to the tetragonal crystal structure of the sample. And this is the representative crystal structure along the C-axis. Here we have checked the FTIR for check the bonding. Here we can see that we can, in FTIR spectra, we can find these big peaks around 750 to 1200. These peaks are due to the ALO4, SiO4, and ALO6 coordination. So we can say that our samples have been crystallized. To check the doping of the erbium in the sample, we have tried the UV visible and NIR spectroscopy. So here we can find that in the zero sample where there is no ER dope, we cannot find the sharp peaks. But as we increase the ER concentration, the sharp peaks appeared. So that means that ER has been doped into the samples, and intensity of them is increased with the increasing of the ER concentration. The same thing happened with YB. When we increase the YB concentration, the intensity of the peaks have increased. Here, interestingly, we can see that we have a very sharp, very strong peak at 980 nanometer that correspond to the YB. So we have that peak in the YB co-dope sample, as well as this peak is also appeared in the ER dope sample. So here, when we dope the ER, we can find the same peak at 980, but it is due to ER. And when we dope YB, the cross section of that peak is increased. The full width half maxima of that peak is enlarged. That I can show it later on. So I have calculated the band gap. Band gap is around 3.7 to 4 electron volt. So let's go to the excitation. When we just at 1535 nanometer, when we take the excitation, we can see the number of peaks are appeared. These all are due to the ER transition, and there is also a broad peak around 250 to 300. That is due to the charge transfer band. Here, what I talk about the 980 nanometer peak, here we can see that when we don't have the YB doping inside, even though we have this peak, this blue curve, but when we dope YB inside, the intensity of this peak is enhanced. So that, one more thing, the intensity of this peak is continuously enhanced and it is not dropped down. So we believe that this is due to this peak has overlap of YB and ER emission. So when we have ER emission, the ER emission is increasing due to the high cross section of YB also. That's why the cross section of these YB dope sample has increased. That also says that also suggests that there is some energy transfer from ER to YB taking place in this sample. here also one more thing, when exciting at 380 nanometer, we do not find any visible emission. So because when the quantum cutting phenomena takes place, we should obtain the visible emission. But here there is no visible emission. That means that there is no quantum cutting phenomena taking place here. But that this phenomena can be explained by cross relaxation processes here, as shown here. This is just 1535 nanometer NIR emission. With increase in YB, the emission also has increased. So we can see that these kind of emissions can be used in biological applications. If we use 980 nanometer for the same sample, we can see that here we can find two prominent peaks. One is around 550 and 650 nanometer. These are well-known emissions of ER. So these emissions of ER can also increase due to the increase in the YB. So with increase with doping YB 0.5 mole %, we can increase the emission of ER up around 10 times higher. So because of the problem of water absorption of 980, we have to use 808 nanometer laser. So I have used 808 nanometer laser. We can see here the pattern of the upconvergent emission is totally different from what we have obtained for 980 laser. This is because the mechanism at 980 nanometer and mechanism at 808 nanometer is totally different, and I will explain it later. These are the CIE coordinates of the same sample. We can see that when we are increasing the ER, the color purity of the sample is also increasing, but when we co-dope YB, the color purity is also increased, and it can go up to 91% also. So this is also a good part if we want to use the sample in bioimaging. So this is the total mechanism of these samples, where from 980 we can, these samples can follow these black lines, and in the green 523, 543 and 655 nanometer. Also this 808 nanometer sample, because it has more higher energy than the YB, so it can go to the 4i 9/2 level, and this can come back to 4i 11/2, and from here it can go back to YB, and YB can also later transfer it to 4i 13/2, and in this way again it can excite to the 4f 9/2 level, from where the red emission can increase. That was the reason why the blue emission was squeezed when we use 808 nanometer laser, and 980 nanometer laser. There is a higher amount of green emission because the electron comes from the higher level, and it is easy for electron to go to the 2h 11/2 and 4s 3/2 level to come back, and that's why they give green emission. But in case of 808 nanometer, it has only sufficient energy to go to the 4f 9/2 level, and that's why there is more a number of population is surrounded here at 4f 9/2. That's why only red emission can be observed. So for the another one, I have used sodium aluminum silicate. So I have divided the study in two parts. I have just first studied the effect of synthesis temperature on the structure and photoluminescence property, and then I have co-doped YB to check its effect in another host material. Here we can see that if we increase the temperature from 1000 to 1300, the sample NaAlSiO4 can change its polymorph. At 1000, low temperature polymer of lepheline is forming, and then it convert into the Carnegite structure at 1300. So this is just the basic optics I have just checked. Here we can see that the band gap of the host is also around 4 to 4.3. So when we use 380 nanometer 1535 nanometer excitation to check the excitation spectra. Excitation spectra is quite similar to what we obtained for the previous host. So I have studied the integrated area beneath the peaks, and we can see that here the integrated intensity for the peaks with nepheline host at 1000 under 380 nanometer and under 1000 for 520 nanometer. These both peaks have the highest intensity among the others. So nepheline is has more absorption than the other Carnegite host, high temperature polymer. So if we see the emission, 1535 nanometer emissions, the different emission with concentration, as we can see here, ER concentration increasing and the intensity of integrated intensity of the peaks are increasing. So this is at 380 nanometer and 390. So even we use the UV excitation source or laser source, the pattern is quite similar, but different intensity ratios. So here also we have obtained nepheline polymorph with higher intensities than the Carnegite. And this 1200 degrees centigrade is a mixture of nepheline and Carnegite. That's why it shows the worst performance because of the two crystal structures. Here, these are also the ER concentration dependent integrated intensity. If we can see 550 nanometer of conversion emission, as temperature increases, the Carnegite at 550 nanometer has highly effective in giving the conversion emission and not nepheline. But if we have UV source, that can be opposite also. At 650 nanometer UV, here we can see that the emission of 1200 is slightly higher. If we see talk about the ratio of green to red, the green to red ratio is decreasing. That means the green emission is increasing, and due to that, the ratio between the green and red is decreasing. So to check the mechanism of these phosphors, I have done the power dependent emission spectra of the upconversion phosphor. Here we have used different power sources, and with increase in the power, we can see that emission is also increasing. So if we just plot the log plot, then we can end up with this type of pattern. And if we get the slope of this linear line, then we can get a number which is correspond to the number of photon emitted during the particular emission. So here for 553 nanometer green emission, the value is 1.48. So we can say it is nearly 2. So this green emission and red emission is also quite a bit close to 2. So we can say that this is only can be 2 photon emission and not more than that. So when I code out ER in the sample, we can see here the XRD doesn't change much at 1300 degrees centigrade. So I have used Carnegite structure to dope with the YB. I have neglected the naphthalene form polymer because it is giving less emission in the up conversion. So that's why I have just used 1300 degrees centigrade. So this is another UV visible spectra, and the FTR spectra. This is also showing the crystallization of the phosphorus and ER doping ER in YB2. Interestingly, when we have checked this sample excitation, we have observed very less spectra at 250 to 300, very less intensity, and FF transition of ER are very high. So to check these area in detail, I have changed the excitation wavelength to 691 to resolve this area, and here we can see that we have two peaks. One is from 240 to 300 nanometer and 300 to 350 nanometer. These two peaks correspond. One is corresponding to the charge transfer spectra, but another one at 320 here for this compound charge transfer spectra cannot be more higher than 320. So this spectra is correspond to the YB2 plus in the host. So YB3 plus is converting to YB2 plus and slightly with less concentration. Here we can also see there is some emission from 300 to 500. Very small emission is also coming from YB2 plus emission, and then using this charge transfer, when we excite it, we can get from 600 to 800. This is the prominent ER peak. So to excite it with 380, after exciting with 380 nanometer, we found that we have near IR spectra emission at 1535, as well as we have the visible emission near 700 also. So in contrast to the previous host, where I believe that this is not due to the quantum cutting phosphor, but this sample is quite good evidence of quantum cutting, because without quantum cutting, we at 300 nanometers we cannot see near IR as well as the visible emission at one time. So to resolve this 100 near 100 peak, I have just plotted it in another spectra. Here we can see from 950 to 150, there is a very broad peak. That is correspond to the ER when we don't have YB, but when we put YB, the intensity of this ER, because ER concentration is constant and we are just changing the YB, so YB concentration is increasing. That means there is some energy transfer from YB to ER. So at 980 also we can get the similar near IR peak here. If we use 980 nanometer, this sample shows a very intense green emission, and in comparison with the red emission. Whereas 808 nanometer, we can see that because of the different mechanism of 808 nanometer, the green emission is highly quenched than the red emission in this particular material. Here, the third picture shows the excitation emission spectra at by using the laser 1550 nanometer. If we excite by 1550, we can also observe with a very low NRI radiation, we can also observe the visible emission. So that is a very good point for the biological application. Second most thing is that the highest peak, emission peak, we can observe at 809. So this is near IR region. So if we use 980 laser, we can observe green emission, but near IR emissions are more suitable for the biological application. So in terms of the laser, we can select 1550 nanometer here. for the biological application. So to check the mechanism for these different peaks, I have tried the log plot of these integrated peaks, and we can find that these 523, 527 nanometer is having more higher value than 2. So it can be due to this peak can be due to the 3 photon, and other peaks can be from 2 photon because they are lower than 2. So to combine the mechanisms of all I have presented here. Here we can see that 980 mechanism is the black curve through that energy transfer from YB. It can go to the E4F 7/2 level, and from here it can emit the green and red emission. Whereas if we talk about the 380 nanometer UV excited sample, it can reach up to the 4G 11/2 level, and from here, while coming back to the 4I 13/2, it divides the photon into 2 photon, and these energies are similar to the energy separation of YB. So here it can transfer, ER can transfer back to the YB. So as this one UV photon is converting into the 2 photon, and it is transferring its energy to YB, and then YB can give this green and red emission. So we can say that this is the quantum cutting. Quantum cutting is a phenomenon where the one higher energy photon can split into 2, and we can get the emission. So as far as 1550 laser is concerned, its energy is very low. So it can only have sufficient energy to move to the 4I 13/2. So here the mechanism follows the ER type of corporation. One ER can cross-relate with another ER, and then they can have multiple photons to excite, and then it can go to the this green and red region to give the radiation. So here in 1550, if we have the second photon, it can go to the 4I 9/2 level, and from this level it can emit 808, 809 nanometer, which was the intense emission in our spectra. So here, in conclusion, I want to say that we have prepared dual mode luminescence materials, different materials by using the different excitation sources, and we have developed some materials, new materials which can be used for the biological application, where we have also investigated the ER to YB energy transfer, and YB doping is quite beneficial as it increases the intensity of the ER by more than a 10-fold. So in last, I like to thank all of you and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in this conference.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. It was a spectacular session by you, sir. May I now take the opportunity to call Dr. S.K. Yavle, sir, Department of Physics, GBISH Amravati, to please have his presidential remark for this technical session. Over to you, Dr.
Hello.
Yavle.
Ishmukh sir, please stop your screen share.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. I welcome Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh sir from China. The topic he has chosen and presented here, that is synthesis, characterization, and mechanistic investigation of novel phosphor materials with dual modes luminescence. Actually, this is a very hot topic because dual mode luminescence materials nowadays many people are working on the dual mode luminescent materials. Why? Because it has very wide applications and therefore the people are working on such type of materials. But one question is there, mostly what is required, that is rare earth materials that is to be doped into the luminescent material that gives you the dual mode luminescence material. Okay, and the rare earth materials, these are actually very costly. These are actually very costly, but their role is very important here, and everybody is working on this uh, YB, ER. Now I have seen that very nice presentation is given by the Dr. Abdul Hakim sir, and he has presented the lithium aluminum silicate and the sodium aluminum silicate, these two materials which are very useful for the exploitation of the photonic devices like LEDs and the smart devices and the sensors. These materials are very useful. So the luminescent, it is known to the all. It is known to the all. If you go along the side of the road, we see that there are some signs, and that signs get illuminated by our light, vehicles light. That is the luminescence phenomena we see generally. And natural luminescence which is available in what is called as the Kazwa. We see that there is a natural luminescence material. That is the biological bioluminescence. It is the bioluminescence material. Okay, so it is actually a very hot topic here. If we see that, as Dr. Abdul Hakim has said, that polymer naphthalene is used here. My suggestion to the new researchers is that, can we use the conducting polymer in the luminescent material, or can we dope the luminescent material in the conducting polymer? Will they change their properties? What will be the possible mechanism behind that? That we have to find out, because conducting polymer is a very hot topic today. Every device and the smart devices that we use or that we fabricate, we are using the conducting polymers. And here in the luminescent material also, as rightly said Dr. Abdul Hakim, the naphthalene is used. So why we should not use the conducting polymer here? So one endeavor that can be made to use the conducting polymers, like polyaniline is there, polypyrrole is there, or some derivatives of the polyaniline or the polypyrrole that can be used there. So I think this discussion is sufficient for this one. But being a chairman of this session, I request to the audience that if some queries they have, they can ask to the Dr. Abdul Hakim. Are there any queries?
Topic is open for discussion.
Yeah.
I request all the participants, if you have any queries regarding this session, you may ask or you may type into the control panel.
You can also put your queries in chat box also. Dr. Deshmukh will answer shortly by email.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, yes. Please.
Sir, can conjugate polymers or complex conjugate polymers can be used over there? Sir,
Actually, about polymers,
like respected sir said that conducting polymers can be used. Can we use complex polymers or complex conjugate polymers for?
Actually, it depends upon the cavity of the polymer, because when we are using the erbium, we are doping in the certain coordination geometry. So in polymer, if we have certain geometry and the ions can go in that geometry, then yeah, basically we can dope it. But here, what happens? These inorganic materials have the distinct crystal structure. So it is like a house, and in one room the ions are going. But the same geometry, if it is possible, because polymer materials are also sometimes water soluble, so
Yes.
they may put some problems. So it is a very new idea, so maybe we can think about it, and
Yeah.
it is very good to try
Yeah.
something like this.
Yes. Yes.
Sir, we just have a request that just like that of our VC said, of
Yes.
Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University said that can we have the coordination with you and your university so that the people of our university will be get benefited throughout the exchange study exchange program, sir?
Yes, yes. Basically, from Poland, also in China, also there are some programs that they are conducting, so like collaboration, or some there are some subjects they offer to the foreign candidates. But I have to ask something regarding this to my university first. If they have something like program, we can also distribute the information to the students and they can apply. So if it is possible in this way, I will be very happy to share the information, and then we can just distribute the information among the students for their benefit.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Hope we will have better communication in future also. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, every time. Thank you
Sir,
very
sir,
much.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Dr. Deshmukh, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Rarer materials are very costly.
Yes.
And their role is very important in dual mode luminescent materials, especially tunable luminescent materials.
Yeah.
Is it possible to afford such a type of devices if we design or if we exploit these luminescence material for the fabrication of device?
Yes. There are some institutes which are working on this, but they are using some non rare earth and doped materials. So maybe because these devices are very narrow and they have the size constraint, due to that, just like I shown the result of my material with solid state method, which has some micron meter size. So due to that, I have tried in using this in solar cells. But the problem is that these materials are very thermally stable, as they can be used in the photonic devices, but they cannot be very intact with the other solar cells because of their high size. So if we prepare these materials in nano, then definitely we can use and we can just coat it on the device to get the effect from these luminescent materials. So preparing nano size materials are very important. And then just like a paint, we can make a slurry of it and we can coat on the device. Then it is possible to do such type of research.
Yes. Are there any questions from the audience? Hello. Audience, please.
I think no question from audience.
Yeah. So let me conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Deshmukh. Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh, for your nice presentation of this invited talk. I am very much thankful to Dr. Bharti, President of the Society, our beloved Vice Chancellor of the Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Dr. Malkhede sir, Principal of the Bharti College, Dr. Tathed sir, for inviting me and giving opportunity to chair the session of this international conference on recent innovations in science and technology. I also must thank Dr. Dhananjay Deshmukh and his team for nice organization of this international conference. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your helping hand. Now let's move. Coming to an end of this session, I would like to call upon Professor Amit Bagde, Head, Department of Mathematics, to propose the vote of thanks for this technical session.
Thanks, madam. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank speaker of the first technical session, Dr. Abdul Hakim sir, for sharing his work on luminance material and valuable time. Sir has guided us regarding DC materials in LED so that it can help mankind to save energy. Once again, thank you, sir. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. S.P. Yavle sir for share the technical session and sharing his valuable time. Thank you, sir. Also, I like to thank the participant on online platform for their cooperation. And with the permissions of chairperson, this session, I declare this session is over. Now I invite Professor Ashay Muneshwar to conduct the second technical session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank organizing committee who gave me an opportunity to conduct technical session second of this conference. A very good afternoon to chairperson of the program, guest of honor, delegates on online platform, research scholars, and my dear students on an online platform. Myself, Ashish Amravji Muneshwar, welcome you all to the technical session second of the conference. For this technical session, we have Dr. S.N. Mayode sir, Professor and Head Department of Botany, Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati, as a chairperson, and Dr. Rahul Basu sir, all the way from USA, as a resource person of second technical session. First of all, I would like to request Dr. S.N. Mayode sir to acquire his chair as a chairperson of this technical session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Rahul Basu sir to acquire his chair as a resource person of technical session second. Thank you, sir. I extend my warm welcome towards you. Moving forward, I would give brief introduction of Dr. Rahul Basu sir. I feel proud to inform you all that sir is postdoctoral fellow at National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at United States of America. Sir is doctorate from Neurovirology Division, Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research from Kolkata. Sir has worked at Dupre Grant Multiple Sclerosis International Federation, University of Pennsylvania. I am pleased to say you that sir is honored by various awards and recognized by Institute for his remarkable contribution in the research. Along with this, Dr. Rahul Basu sir has qualified NET examination in 2010 with All India rank 129 and GATE examination in 2010 with All India rank 209. Sir has published more than 20 research papers in reputed international journals. Sir has technical expertise in tissue culture, in vivo experimental techniques, histopathology, and biostatistics. With this brief introduction, I would request Dr. Rahul Basu sir to deliver his invited talk on the topic beta coronavirus induced alteration of cell junction proteins and its plausible role to understand SARS coronavirus 2 pathogenesis. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Can you all hear me? And then I'll just go ahead with my
Yes, sir. You
seminar.
are audible.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. It's very late in the night here, and but it's afternoon in the India. So happy and good afternoon to all of you. And so I hope you can see my screen. So you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so my talk will be entitled as beta coronavirus induced alteration of cell junction proteins and its plausible role to understand the SARS-CoV-2 pathogenesis. Before going to the talk, I'll say the SARS-CoV-2 induced pandemic COVID-19 was a big deal all over the world. So before even we understand this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic appeared, we used a mouse model of studying the coronaviruses. And at that time, we understood that coronavirus that can be not only an animal virus, but also it can jump on the species and how it can induce several kind of neurologic symptoms, and might be it has a role to exert some effects on neuro-COVID. So before I go to my work, I give a brief introduction on the coronaviruses or COVs. So coronaviruses, the name came from the solar corona-like arrangement of the proteins, and the surface proteins are mostly the spike proteins, along with they have nucleocapsid. S is the spike, E means envelope, and M membrane proteins. So these coronaviruses have single-stranded RNA genome, and RNA-dependent RNA polymerase helps in replicating this RNA or genomic material outside the nucleus, specifically in the double membrane vesicles or DMVs. And genome sequence is based on clades alpha to delta. So there are several coronaviruses like alpha coronavirus, beta coronavirus, gamma and delta coronaviruses too. And they can infect, the specialty of these viruses, they can infect several different species and can jump species barrier. They can infect mouse, bat, camels. From bird flu to humans, we have seen several coronaviruses. The common coronaviruses we have seen previously is the SARS or severe acute respiratory syndrome, MERS, the Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome, RSV, MHV is a mouse hepatitis virus, OC43 and HK1, etc. So the SARS-CoV-2 is a causing factor of pandemic COVID-19, and we used MHV as a model to study the coronavirus infected disease. So before I go to the major work part, I'll briefly introduce the mouse hepatitis virus. So mouse hepatitis virus is a virus that infects the mice, and it can be inoculated in the brain. It can spread to the periphery, but it also comes to some of the viruses that are neurotropic gains access to the brain and other parts. And it works as a model of multiple sclerosis, which is a human CNS demyelinating disease. Central nerve, we have the human patients have some amount of plaques inside the central nervous system or the brain. And to study the multiple sclerosis, there are several models. So people doesn't know what are the exact cause of multiple sclerosis or MS. So there is an autoimmune model where the most prominent model is experimental autoimmune encephalomyelitis or EAE. And there are other viral models like Tyler-Murine encephalitis virus or TMEV-induced model, mouse hepatitis virus or MHV-induced model like MHV-JHM. And also there are mouse hepatitis virus MHV-A59 and recombinant RSA59. They also show some demyelinating phenotypes. And with these viruses, we have established the model of studying the multiple sclerosis. So multiple sclerosis is characterized by, as I said, loss of myelin in the central nervous system, and the MHV-A59, which is one of the prominent subtypes of MHVs, and that can enter the neuronal route like the central nervous system, brain, and spinal cord. The oligodendrocytes, they get infected and directly damaged by the virus. The neurons are also infected, and that causes axonal loss and concurrent demyelination. The microglia, those are actually the resident immune cells inside the brain, protects us from several injuries as well as inflammation. And in the MHV-A59 infection, they activate the microglia and they produce inflammatory cytokine and cause myelin stripping. So they strip off the myelin from the myelinated neurons and make it sick to form the scar. But for the astrocytes, which is the most abundant glial cells in the brain, we didn't know what are the astrocytes function during the infection of MHV-A59. So in MS patients, we have seen the astrocytes form glial scar that causes the lesion formation. And we have seen the MHV-A59 infects the astrocytes, but their role is unknown. So what is the cause and effect relationship between the demyelination and axonal loss, and what is the role of astrocytes we wanted to study in my PhD? So, and I forgot to say that the autoimmune model has shown different roles of peripheral immune cells like CD4 plus T cells. MHV-JHM shows role of CD8 plus T cells, and whereas the MHV-A59 model is mainly shown as a microglia dependent model or innate immune cell dependent model. So for the astrocytes, they express a huge amount of gap junction proteins, and that maintains the homeostasis with the other cells, like the ionic balance of potassium ion balance and some small molecule balance that is less than 1 kilodalton and directly pass from one part of the cell to another part. And these molecules are said gap junctions. So the gap junctions are actually hexamers, so 3 proteins from here and 3 proteins from other side. They form a plaque, and from the other side, there is another opposing channel that form a total gap junction intercellular communication. And each of the molecules are consisted of 4 transmembrane domains, 2 extracellular loops, 1 N-terminal and C-terminal domain that is located towards the cytoplasmic area. And the astrocytes mainly express different connexins. These gap junction, these monomers are called connexins. So astrocytes mainly express 3 types of connexins like connexin 43, 30, and 26. Oligodendrocytes express several connexins like 47, 32, and 29, and neurons mainly the connexin 36. And these connexins are named after their molecular weight. So the connexin 43 means the average molecular weight of this subtype is 43 kilodalton. And these astrocytes are mainly connected with connexins with the oligodendrocytes as well as some of microglia and neurons. So astrocytes mainly express connexin 43 or named GJ1. This is the most abundant connexin in the CNS and forms connexin 43 versus 43 channels with the astrocytes and forms connexin 43 versus 47 channels with the oligodendrocyte to maintain the myelin and the homeostasis inside the brain. So to understand that whether connexin 43, that's the major, most abundant connexin protein inside the CNS, we try to understand what is their expression and trafficking is altered upon a mouse hepatitis virus, that's a beta coronavirus, this model of infection. So for that, we established a primary astrocyte culture, and we took mouse brain and isolated mixed glia from those brains, and finally enriched those with primary astrocytes, as you can see by the glial fibrillary acidic protein, the green staining, and CD11B is microglia. So microglia and other cells are way more separated, and most of the cells are astrocyte. As we can see, kind of 90% cells are astrocyte here in the primary culture. And the connexin 43, which forms the gap junction channel on the surface, you can see they're stained with red, and the GFAP positive green cells where the nucleus is blue, you can see the connexin 43 is localized at the cell surface. So this punctate appearance of the connexin 43 looks normal, and that is the regular connexin 43 forming the gap junction plugs on the surface or the gap junction channels on the cell surface. But upon MHV-A59 infection, we can see there are some changes happening with these connexin 43 proteins. Like for the mock infected astrocytes, we can see that at 12, 24, 36 HPI, always the connexin 43 protein is located at the cell surface, as you can see this by red punctate staining. Whereas the virus here, it is showing as green, that upon infection with MHV-A59, you can see the connexin 43 is located inside an intracellular compartment, and this has a kind of perinuclear localization of the MHV-A59s. And in inset, you can see how the connexin 43 localization has changed from the surface punctate stain to diffused inside the nucleus, inside the cytoplasm, kind of a perinuclear localization with different infection time points. And we can see that these intracellular localized connexin 43 are mostly co-localizing with several intracellular markers and in the perinuclear region. So we stained with calnexin, which is an ER marker or the endoplasmic reticulum marker. You can see that in the normal appearance, it is not co-localizing with calnexin, which is green here. But for the virus infected condition, we can see the connexin 43 is co-localizing with calnexin in the ER, or also the beta cop, which is the ER-GIC marker. So in control condition here, if there is nothing, no co-localization. Here we can see it's co-localizing with the beta cop also. That means these intracellularly localized connexin 43 are localized inside the endoplasmic reticulum or the endoplasmic reticulum Golgi intermediate complex. After this, we try to understand whether the connexin 43 expression is regulated by the MHV-A59 infection or not. To understand the total protein level, we took the mock infected controls and compared with MY2 and MY5 dosage of the virus, so lower virus to higher virus. And we compared the connexin 43 expression level by Western blot, and the actin was taken as a housekeeping gene control, the GFAP as an internal control of the astrocytes, how much astrocytes they're expressing. And we can see compared to the mock, the connexin 43 level has been downregulated, whereas the GFAP levels are nearly unchanged and actin levels are kind of similar, showing that for same amount of cells, they have less and less amount of connexins in the virus infection. And here's a quantitative diagram of that. And that was also related with the connexin 43 RNA expression, where we can see kind of with the mock, compared to the mock, MY2 has a lower amount of connexin 43 expression. Kind of there is a threefold downregulation, giving rise to kind of 1/3 of the connexin proteins were vanishing upon infection. So so we have two ways of showing that the connexin 43 levels are changing with the mouse hepatitis virus infection. One is their localization is controlled from the cell surface to inside the cell, the ER-GIC complex, and it is also reducing the protein and RNA levels. So it's a biphasic alteration. And to understand whether this kind of alteration is affecting the functional junction formation in the cell surface, we did a biochemical assay, and this is called the gap junction plug forming assay. So I'll explain how we did that. It's like the gap junction plugs are kind of groups of these gap junctions, which are kind of these individual channels. And on the membrane, they appear as a kind of a group in the membrane rafts, and all together they form a gap junction plug, which we are seeing as a punctate staining, and they help to maintain the cellular homeostatic activities. And these gap junction plugs are actually 1% Triton X100 insoluble at 4 degrees Celsius, whereas all the other kind of individual channels or the internal proteins which are not monomers or hexamers, or they're being synthesized, they get soluble. So these part can be separated with Triton X100, keeping in the 4 degrees Celsius, and they are insoluble, whereas the other parts are soluble to the Triton X100. So to understand how much plaques are forming in presence of MHV-A59, we did a Triton X solubilization assay. And first we measured the total membrane protein, where we can see the total membrane protein has been reduced, as we saw earlier. But for the mock inoculated controls, we can saw for the insoluble part is higher. So we incubated the cells with 1% Triton X for half an hour, and finally extracted the proteins from the supernatant as well as the pellet down part to understand how much the connexin 43 is forming flux, how much connexin 43 is located internally. So for this mock infected controls, you can see most of the signal is located in the insoluble fraction, showing that these connexin 43 proteins in normal conditions, they are mostly forming flux. Whereas in the soluble fraction, we only see a very part or minimal amount of nascent proteins present. But for the infected condition at MY2 of MHV, we can see the protein is clearly becoming distributed in two parts, kind of 50-50 to insoluble to soluble fraction. So lots of the gap junction plaques are not forming, and they are coming as a soluble fraction. That means somehow the assembly of these gap junction proteins are very much parted. And this is shown here as a ratio of the soluble versus insoluble fraction and how they're differing from the mock condition to the MHV-A59 infected condition. And finally, we try to understand whether the gap junction plaque formation by these connexin 43 proteins are being affected by a functional assay. So gap junction, as I said earlier, these gap junction proteins are helping in diffusion of small molecules which are less than 1 kilodalton or 1 kD. So the small fluorophore that can be thrown inside the cells, those can be used as a tracer to understand the gap junction activity inside the cells. So in this condition, there is a common dye people use that is called Lucifer yellow or LY that passes through the gap junction proteins only and makes us understand that whether the gap junction is active inside the cells or not. So to understand that, we did a we did a scratch loading assay or scrape loading assay. We took 4 milligrams of per ml Lucifer yellow concentration, and we scraped through the astrocytic monolayer. And after incubation of 1 minute, we washed with PBS and tried to understand how far the dye is pressing from the scratch line in different conditions. So we took primary astrocytes. From the scratch loading or the scrape loading, we can see the Lucifer yellow dye is traveling a good amount of distance, kind of 4 cell layers. Whereas at MY2 and MY5, that is gradually restricted inside the 1 or 2 layers of cell. Here we can see 2 layers of cell, and here I can see that 1 layer of cell they are passing. So the gap junction activity is really downregulated due to the viral infection. And then we try to understand what is the mechanism behind the functional downregulation of connexin 43 proteins that is hampering the homeostatic activity of the gap junction channels inside the astrocytes. So previously it is reported that the connexin 43 proteins are trafficked across the microtubule network to be delivered onto the surface to form this kind of gap junction plaques or channels first, whereas the multimeric connexin 43 proteins are inside the vesicles where they are formed they're actually oligomerized inside the ER-ER-JC complex, and inside the ER, they're mostly the monomeric connexin 43 proteins. And also in the MHV particles, they take help of the microtubule network that helps them passing from one cell to another cell inside the neurons, and blocking the new microtubule network by colchicine has shown to effectively block the viral transport from one cell to another. This gave us an hypothesis that whether the connexin 43 movement across the microtubule proteins is blocked due to the MHV virus infection and competitiveness with the MHV-A59 viral particles. To understand that, we did kind of sequential assays where we stained the primary astrocytic cultures with beta tubulin. That's a marker of the microtubule network, and the connexin 43, which is red here, and the DAPK or the nuclei are shown in blue. So we can see in the control conditions, the beta tubulin is shown in green and the connexin 43 is in red. And we can see the connexin 43 proteins, they are located on these microtubule threads, and you can see the co-localization points here. Whereas in the MHV-A59 condition, excuse me. So MHV-A59 infected conditions, you can see the connexin 43 is mostly localized in the intracellular compartment, as we saw previously, and that is hardly co-localizing with any microtubule network. Whereas we saw the similar phenotype when we blocked the microtubule network with the colchicine, and there is kind of no co-localization is obtained, and kind of connexin 43 is localized in the intracellular network, intracellular regions, and mostly there we cannot see the strong prominent punctate phenotype of the cells. And you can see by this line diagram how nicely the connexin 43 proteins are localized on these microtubule threads and being trafficked on using this network. Whereas the MHV infected places, we cannot see this kind of punctate staining, and on the microtubule network, we cannot see any kind of this kind of connexin 43 blobs. And in the same time, we can see that with different times, we stained with the viral infected conditions, and we stained that microtubule network by tubulin and viral antigen with viral nucleic acid protein, that is green. And from 6 hours to 12 hours to 18 hours to 24 hours, we can gradually see the viral intensity is increasing, and the microtubule network is more and more co-localizing with the viral nucleic acid. That means there is a competition between the microtubule to capture the microtubule network by the viral protein or the connexin 43. And when the virus is moving more amount, then the connexin 43 proteins are probably being outcompeted to reach to the cell surface. And here is a inset. You can see how nicely the virus is also co-localizing with the microtubule network. So to biochemically prove that, we did a co-immunoprecipitation between the connexin 43 and tubulin. So co-IP with beta tubulin in the there are several conditions. So we have inputs, co-IP and bids. So inputs are actually the main source of the protein, and we can see before co-IP, we can see the connexin 43 is bit reduced as we saw earlier, and in the co-IP we can see the connexin 43 is directly interacting with the beta tubulin. In the infected condition, this interaction is way less. And the reverse co-IP, that's using the co-IP is done with connexin 43 and probed with beta tubulin. We can see the beta tubulin amount is very similar. But in the co-IP samples, we can see we can pull down the beta tubulin with connexin 43 molecules, whereas that is missing in the infected conditions. And finally, the viral nucleic acid is interacting with the beta tubulin. As we can see, the beta tubulin is present only in the viral nucleic acid is present only in the infected condition. And also for the co-IP samples, we can see the beta tubulin can pull down the viral nucleic acid, and you can see some amount of signal here. That means the viral nucleic acid or the viral proteins are actually interacting with the microtubule network, and that is outcompeting the connexin 43 proteins to reach to the cell surface. And that was further proved by one of the very nice microscopy, that is STARF microscopy, that images the cell surface from the bottom of the chamber where the cells are laid in monolayer. And 100 nanometers from the bottom are taken for the TARF microscopy. And you can see the connexin 43 proteins have reached to the cell surface. Whereas A59 condition, infected condition, we hardly got any signal because the connexin 43 proteins are not reaching to the cell surface. Whereas in that case, we can see in the control conditions that there is no virus, whereas the virus in the infected condition, MHV-A59 protein or the green protein here, they are actually reaching to the cell surface instead of connexin 43. So based on this, based on these data, we understand that it's the microtubule network is being utilized, and they cannot reach to the cell surface to successfully deliver connexin 43 proteins, and that's hampering the normal functionality of the astrocytes with the other cells like other astrocytes or oligodendrocytes which generally maintains the normal homeostatic activity. And to understand whether these phenotypes or whether these alterations of connexin 43 during this coronaviral infection, they have an effect in vivo or not. So why gap junctions are very important in the CNS? Because they help in maintaining the myelin sheath by maintaining the ionic efflux of the potassium ions, so potassium ion homeostasis. And there are several astrocytes and oligodendrocytes, so there is a panglial communication where the astrocytes interact between themselves by connexin 43, 43, or 30 proteins. And finally, connexin 43 versus 47 proteins. By that, the potassium ionic balance is maintained from the oligodendrocytes to astrocytes to the somata, to the brain peripheral regions, and that helps in maintenance of the myelin, and that forms a tighter and compact myelination, and the neuronal function is maintained properly. And also, not only this, but also the astrocytes also help in secreting one of the factors that is called LIF, or leukemia inhibitory factor, that in turn works on the oligodendrocytes to signal down that oligodendrocytes are requested to maintain their myelin. So connexin 43 or other connexin proteins are very important to maintain the myelin, to maintain the normal neuronal health of these myelinated axons. And to understand whether the connexin 43 proteins or 43, 47 proteins are being maintained in this condition, we did several number of experiments, where first we infected the MHP-A59 inside the mouse intracranial localization. So we infected the mouse brains and delivered 30 microliters of virus, which contains kind of 2000 PFU, half of lethal dose of MHP-A59. And we collected the RNA from the several organs at day 5 post-infection, which is acute phase of viral infection. And you can see as the hepatitis, the viral name is mouse hepatitis virus, so it always forms hepatitis inside the periphery, in the liver, in the periphery, and then the virus goes inside the brain to cause demyelination. So we can pick up the viral infection inside the liver. As you can see, for the infected mouse had some amount of MHP-A59 RNA. And here is the real-time quantification of the connexin 43 that is going down at day 5 post-infection. And you can see, compared to the normal liver here, the hepatitic flux in the MHP-A59 infected samples. And in these infected samples, we can see the connexin 43 has been reduced. And connexin 43 reduction is kind of very much correlating to the viral infection. So this mouse had a lower viral load. And you can see the reduction level of the connexin 43 is lower. And here the higher viral infection is observed, and the connexin 43 reduction is also higher. And whereas the GFAP and the actin levels are kind of similar. So in the acute phase, we have seen not only in the cell culture, but also in the mouse brain, the connexin 43 levels are reduced. And we did a staining inside the brain where we can see the GFAP. These are all the mouse brains. We can see the GFAP stains the astrocytes inside the mouse brain, and the connexin 43 is localized as a red punctate staining here. So, and in other several experiments, we can see these astrocytes are shown as red, whereas the viral nucleic acid in the mock inoculated condition, we cannot see any virus as expected. And here is the nuclei. So MHP-A59 infected conditions, we can see there are several astrocytes, as well as there is the virus, and the virus are actually infecting the astrocytes inside the brain, as you can see by the co-localization with the red and green channel co-staining. And upon infection, we also measured the connexin 43 expression in the mock and in infected brains. You can see there is plenty of expression of the connexin 43 in the mock infected brain, whereas the MHV-A59 infected brain at day 5 post-infection, it has reduced the connexin 43 expression, whereas we can see the viral nucleic capsid stains the MHV-A59. And some places also we can see this punctate staining is gone. So there's chunks of this punctate stain are lost in presence of the MHV-A59 virus at acute phase of infection. So actually this connexin 43 protein stabilizes the connexin 43 and 47 proteins, which are expressed by the oligodendrocytes, both at acute and chronic phase. So we try to understand whether it is affecting the connexin 43 expression by the oligodendrocytes. And to understand that, we took the mice brain also at day 30 post-infection, which is the peak of demyelination. So this virus has a biphasic infection procedure, or the biphasic disease, where at day 5 post-infection, there is acute infection, loss, hepatitis, and meningitis is observed. And at day 30 post-infection in the chronic phase, the demyelination is observed inside the CNS, whereas no active viral load is observed in the other places. And so the viral RNA mainly persists in the glial cells, and as those are localized inside the CNS, that causes the demyelination. So we can see that at day 30 post-infection, the connexin 43 compared to the mock-infected control, they mostly come back to its normal level. But when we stain the brain samples with connexin 47, we can see at acute phase, the connexin 47 level is reduced as the connexin 43 maintains its stability. But at day 30 also, the connexin 43 can see the mock-infected samples compared to the day 30 MHV-A59 infected samples. It is staying as a lowly expressed situation because the connexin 43 went missing. And although they have come back, they cannot make the connexin 47s regain its functionality or expression back. And by sequential staining inside the brain samples, we have seen the same thing. So in the mock inoculated samples, we can see DAPP, the blue, and the red, the connexin 47. We can see at different time points. So we can see the connexin 47 is localized in the pericardionic region at day 5 at mock inoculated condition, whereas this pericardionic staining or this oak or ring-shaped staining is destroyed by the MHV-A59 infection. And at day 30 post-infection, we can see this connexin 47 staining remains low, and although there is no virus present at this condition. So that proves the connexin 47 normal pericardionic staining is destroyed. And this destruction of the 47 staining was associated with the myelin loss. That was the major thing we observed. So in the mock inoculated samples, we stained the myelinated fibers by PLP, which is red here, the connexin 47 by green, and the nuclei is stained by blue. So we can see that in mock inoculated condition, we took several areas of the brain like corpus callosum, anterior commissure thalamic region, or the deep cerebellar white matter, or DCWM. So you can see in the several places the PLP stains the myelinated axons like this, you can see everywhere. And the connexin 47 staining is appearing normal, kind of pericardionic staining, which I'm saying like this O-ring kind of stain around the oligodendrocytic somata. Whereas MHV-A59 at day 30 post-infection, you can see the PLP stained axonal axons are totally fragmented by this, you can see by this fragmented staining. And the connexin 47, its normal appearance, which is the pericardionic localization, that is kind of gone. It's kind of omitted or deleted due to the viral infection. And similar things you can see in the other regions like the thalamic region or DCWM area, which are the main white matter tracts inside the brain. So in a zoomed image, you can see the DAPI versus connexin 43 staining, where the connexin 47 is green and DAPI versus PLP is red. And in the at normal condition, it appears intact. The threads, PLP threads are normal. Whereas in the MHV-A59 infected condition at day 30 post-infection, the connexin 47 staining is omitted or deleted, and the PLP stained myelinated fibers are looking fragmented, causing the demyelinating flux. So in brief, we established a model of MHV infection. Before COVID-19, we didn't know the infections can be so severe for the induced by the SARS-CoV. And we have seen several infections of the coronaviruses like the SARS in 2000s and the MERS in later. That has killed some amount of people, but it was not a pandemic. But using this model, we can see not only the acute infection, but also it can cause a long-term pathology using this mouse hepatitis virus infected model. We can see the demyelinating strains of MHV, they infect astrocytes in vitro and in vivo, and reduce the gap junction communication among the astrocytes as well as the astrocytes oligodendrocytes. And the connexin 43-47 channels are very critical for human myelination. And we can see in the chronic phase, the connexin 43 was associated with loss of 47 in long term. And that was finally associated with the loss of PLP, giving rise to one of the demyelinating phenotypes in this MHV 59 infected conditions. So we can see uninfected cells, they have intact gap junction communications. In acute phase, those are broken, and the connexin 43 is localized inside the ER or ERGIC. And MHV 59 infected cells at chronic phase, they have the connexin 43 coming back on the cell surface, but the oligodendrocyte 47 doesn't come back, and that causes loss of myelin. So, in a conclusive statement, I'll say MHV is a good model to study the pan coronavirus or the other coronaviruses. Those are BSL-2 coronaviruses, to study the host virus interaction, how the immune system is modulated. And it's a model of SARS-CoV-2. There's a AC2 mice, which is kind of challenging to study. It poses a good alternative to that. And MHV is kind of, mostly it's reported, except some cases of JHM, they're mostly non-infectious to humans. So it's a nice model to study new reinvasion, specifically further on to study now the long COVID is kind of very important area to study. And the SARS is present in brainstem, and the SARS-CoV-2 also shows in the some areas that can be localized inside the medulla oblongata or other regions of the brain, and they can pass the blood-brain barrier. There are several proofs that are slowly coming up. So these studies can be really important in the perspective of SARS-CoV-2 infection. And in our lab here in NIH also, we have started with one of the infectious model, taking the SARS-CoV-2. So at the start of pandemic, we had the access of the OC43, which is another coronavirus. That doesn't make you enter into the BSL-3 and take a huge amount of protections. Instead, we used OC43 virus to understand the interactions between the epithelial cell and macrophages, whether their interaction is causing the production of high amount of several cytokines, which is destroying the lung cells, like producing the IL-6, IL-12, and other devastating cytokines to create apoptosis. So we took CALU3 cells, which are lung epithelial cells, to understand the viral infection, RD cells to propagate the virus, and we measured the virus. We titered and expanded the virus on vivo E6 cells. And initially, the OC43 titer was pretty low, and we have to yet check the HCT8 cells, which are kind of produces a better plaque. And we can see the 1-to-1 mixture of CALU3 epithelial cell to THP1 macrophage cells results in infection, but it takes a longer time. And you can see the OC43 staining is green here. So from day 5 to 7 to day 10, you have higher amounts of infection in the CALU3 cells, whereas it's diffused. And these THP1 cells, which are macrophages, they are readily infected. And you can see really nice small punctate staining. So the presence of the THP1 cells are very important to get the CALU3 cells get infected in this condition, in this co-culture model, where we used 1-to-1 ratio of both of the cells. And interestingly, we can see that the CALU3 cells, only the Cal3 cells, they didn't have much of the IL-6 expression when they are infected from day 5 to day 7 to day 10. Whereas when the cells are mixed, they have a response to the virus and they're producing huge amount of IL-6 at day 5, which is gradually going down at day 7 and day 10. So Cal3 cells, which are the long epithelial cells, they take a long time to infect it, in contrast to the THP1 cells. The macrophages, they get readily infected, and in presence of macrophage, they are producing some amount of cytokine. So the macrophage and epithelial cell interaction is very important to create the cytokine storm. But when we started to using the SARS-CoV-2, we didn't find a great IL-6 response or IFN response. So we are trying to understand what's going on and what can be the markers of the SARS-CoV-2 infection. And we are trying to design a robust assay for screening to understand which method we can use to screen those patients or detect in early stage they are probable to have a cytokine storm in the acute phase of infection. So based on this, we'll be trying to understand the host factor and the host versus pathogen interaction. And once we understand which molecules to take and which molecules are really always they are getting changed or upregulated or downregulated and they are reproducible, we'll use those factors to establish a screening method for a genome-wide CRISPR screen to obtain the host factors which are inducing the SARS-CoV-2 susceptibility or high amount of cytokine production, and validate some of the important factors in our mixed culture model, and whether we can finally establish a model of neuroinfection also to understand whether the SARS-CoV-2 or its entry and its persistence in the CNS is also important in the long term. And I recently got a biosurety program, which needs a huge amount of background clearance over here, kind of FBI background check. So I'm hoping to get started with the BSL-3 and do some of these interesting experiments as I can follow up on these interesting results. So based on that, I would like to acknowledge my team members since my PhD. So I did my PhD from IISER Kolkata under Professor Joyce Das Sharma's laboratory, and that's the lab picture from back then. It was 2017. And then I joined in the Rocky Mountain Labs, which is a really very cold place in the western part of US. And it's called Rocky Mountain Lab or RML. That's a dedicated biological facility of the NIH. And currently in this collaboration, I work in the main campus, which is located in Bethesda. Not that much cold. It's a city place located very near to the Washington, DC. And that's my lab. Thanks to Dr. Ian Fraser and his lab members. And my funding in general since last 10 years, it came from CSIR or DBT of Government of India and RML Beth Fellowship inside the NIH, and the NIH Intramural Research Funding has provided some of the research fundings. And there is a disclaimer too. My talk is completely based on published facts and kind of experimental evidences. It has nothing to do with the American government or anything. I'm not saying anything on behalf of NIH. I have to do that because I'm a kind of a government employee in the US. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul Basu sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Now, I request chairperson of this session, Honorable Dr. S.N. Mayode sir, to share his valuable remark and conclude the session. Over to you, sir.
Yes, I'm audible.
We can hear
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. First of all, I'm very thankful to the Rahul Basu, just given a very nice particular talk on the beta coronavirus, because this is a particular task that the scientists or the learners should be know that how the things should be going to be performed. Although these particular beta coronavirus induce the alterations and the cell junction in the certain proteins, and what is the role to understand this particular SARS-CoV-2, the pathogenesis. I just go through the biodata. Just you're having the 4 projects. You are working on this particular aspect, like the alteration of the orthocytic gap junctions due to the MHV infection in the primary culture. Then the alteration in the oligodendroid gap junctions. The third, also the impact of the MHV infection on the meningeal fibroblast and the gap junction in the blood, the brain barriers. Now, the things is that how this particular research is go on in this particular directions. As we know the certain particular gap junctions or the certain the proteins, that is a 43 expressions in that one, how it is going to be regulated. It is a very complicated things to know all these particular things, but you got a certain a very good laboratory. You work in this particular laboratory for I think more than the 6 or 7 years, and you got these particular opportunities. But the certain things we should be going to know that as this MHV virus, as this is a very infectious. The certain things we should be going to know that while making the cultures, the certain particular cultures might be going to be infected also. And how you go on making this particular solving the problems in the lab conditions. I think before making the certain conclusions, what are the participants are very enthusiastic in this particular zoology sites. They can ask the questions. First of all, we can take the certain questions from the participants. Then I can make the certain conclusion.
Okay, sure, sir. Now the topic is open for discussion. If participants have any question or queries, then they can ask to Dr. Rahul Basu.
Sir, how can we prevent SARS and coronavirus not to affect nervous system?
So this is an interesting question. There is no current method known to prevent the oncoming SARS viruses to access the blood-brain barrier or something like that. But people are working on limiting the access and breaking down the blood-brain barrier. And currently, I work on the blood-brain barrier, which is the project I'm not showing here. So mainly, I work on the blood-brain barriers, and we are trying to accept strategies how we can modulate the blood-brain barrier and restricts its access inside the CNS. But also, we have to make this thing in mind, or keep us always remember that modulating any kind of changes in the selective permeability of the blood-brain barrier can be very severe pathologic or physiologic consequences too. So the answer is yet unknown.
Okay, thank you, sir. If any other participant have question, then they can ask.
Sir, will this coronavirus affect central nervous system of humans?
What's your question again?
Will this coronavirus affect central nervous system of humans?
Which coronavirus you are talking about, like the MHV or the SARS-CoV-2?
I mean, the question, I was confused at that point. Which part will affect, which means coronavirus will affect in which part, like CNS, CNS. I didn't get that point yet.
Some I'm finding an echo. Can someone repeat?
Just
technical errors. Now I will request.
Hello.
I think we have some technical issues, so I would like to request Dr. Mayode sir to proceed.
Okay. Before I'm concluding, there are the certain doubts in my mind also, because I am not from that particular gene expression or any player. As this SARS is very deadly, because in 2003 we know that all this the SARS 2003 make the havocs, but now this COVID-19 and the SARS. While this particular the testing, earlier they test the SARS and then they go for the COVID-19. What is the reason for that? In the testing the labs, they test the first the SARS virus and then go for the COVID-19. What is the reason for that?
So you are saying that the testing in the labs, why they are designed for the SARS and then SARS-CoV. So the assay, these are the very intricate assays. So the QRT-PCR assays or the RAT assays, what we have, rapid antigen test. Rapid antigen test is an antigen antibody based interaction, which relies on the antibody detecting the antigens present on the virus, or the QRT-PCR, which detects the genomic particle or the RNA fragments coming from the virus. They are very selective for these viruses. So when the SARS infection was there back in 2001, the assay was designed such a way that it would interact with the SARS particle only. When the SARS-CoV-2 came up, we had to design, or the people who are designed, I didn't personally did it. So the people who designed these probes for the QRT-PCR or the RAT tests, they had to be very specific so that they are not cross-reactive with any kind of other sources. And that took some time. I think that can be one of the causes to design for the SARS first, which came earlier, and the SARS coronavirus 2 later, when it came for a pandemic. And I can assure that based on the amount of infection that has been seen in the SARS-CoV-2 infection, the availability of the SARS-CoV-2 primers or the antibodies which are used to detect the, which are used in the RAT test, they are way more plenty nowadays. It's just based on the need.
Dr. Rahul, again, the things are there. That is, the SARS comes first in 2001 or 2003. Why not particular vaccinations are going to be made for that one?
Okay, so the vaccinations, it's a totally different ball game, I think. The vaccinations, so for a RNA virus, the vaccination strategy was totally altered when the mRNA delivery inside the cells, inside us, the hosts, was designed and successfully approached. So I'll say not only the adenoviral vaccine or the attenuated vaccine, but the mRNA vaccine, which is the most efficacious, having the most effective, which are the most effective ones, I believe, because it has shown kind of over the 90%, which is kind of no other vaccines have shown, at least published to date. So the mRNA vaccine and delivering of the mRNA particles as a vaccine to synthesize the proteins inside the cells, those were never designed. And based on the SARS-CoV-2, based on huge amount of pandemic, I believe always the funding becomes more intricate. Always the collaboration between the researchers and the clinicians become more intricate, and the governments are more pushed towards the designing. So I think that played a major role to design an effective vaccine. And I believe in near future, we are looking forward to having mRNA vaccines for several SARS, not only SARS, maybe for the retroviral infections too. Like HIV is a problem since last 50 years. No one could understand that it would long for 50 years or so after this being discovered in 1980s. So.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rahul. Such a nice and lucid talk on this particular aspect. I'm very thankful to this particular late Rajabai Bharti Arts, Commerce and Sitabai Science College, Arni, for hosting this particular international conference and such a different particular talks they have delivered. In the first session, just I have gone through the first sessions also, and I'm very thankful to the Honorable Dr. Siddharth Bharti, the President of this particular society. Also the Principal Dr. Rajendra Tated, the executive members of all the members. I am very thankful for giving me an opportunity to chair this particular function. I'm just very thankful to Rahul again. Such a very nice lecture on this particular. All the topic is the basic and the advanced things. Just we are covered one. So it is very benefit to all the participants in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable comments and remarks and presence. Now we are heading towards the final section of this technical session. So I would like to request Professor Bagre sir to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the speaker of Technical Session 2, Dr. Rahul Basu sir, for valuable guidance, knowledge, and time. I hope, sir, participant would have understood the plausible role of SARS coronavirus 2 pathogenesis. Once again, thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to the chairperson of the session, Dr. S.N. Marode sir, for sharing his views and valuable times. Also, I like to thank the participant on online platform for their cooperation. And with the permission of chairperson, I declare this session is over. Now we will move towards next technical session, technical sessions 3. A very good afternoon to the president of the program, guest of honor, principal sir, delegates on online platform across the globe, research scholar, and my dear students. Myself, Amit Marotrao Bagre, welcome you all to the third technical session. For these sessions, we are great to have Dr. N.S. Thakre sir, principal, MS Art Science and LPT Commerce College, Manora, as chairperson. We have Dr. Daniel Blanco Ania from Netherlands as resource person for this technical session. I would like to request Dr. N.S. Thakre to join us and occupy his chair as chairperson. Welcome you, sir, and thank you. May I now request Dr. Daniel Ania from Netherlands to please take the distinguished chair as a resource person for this technical session. Welcome you, sir, and thank you. Now, I would give brief introductions of Dr. Daniel Ania. He is currently working as staff scientist at Radboud University, Nijmegen, Netherlands. He has completed his PhD in the field of pharmaceutical chemistry. I feel very much proud to inform you that Sir was awarded the best university chemistry teacher of the Netherlands in 2019. This is the milestone which every teacher would have to achieve during his tenure. Also, Sir has Radboud Education Award for the best junior teacher faculty of science in 2018. Along with this, Sir is felicitated with many renowned awards of teaching in Netherlands. Sir has worked as postdoctoral fellow for the development of new method of conjunctions with nitrous-strained alkenes. Sir has also supervisor for PhD thesis. Sir is Managing Director and founder of private school for teacher, bachelor and master students. With these brief introductions, I would like to request Dr. Daniel Ania to deliver his talk on organic chemistry applied to crop protections. Over to you, sir.
Well, first of all, yes, thank you very much for the, well, first of all, for the kind introduction. I think I was never introduced so thoroughly in my life. And secondly, I would like to, well, to thank the organizers and also Prasan Avate and Anup Yavalekar. I think I'm butchering their names, probably. I mean, for inviting me to, to participate in this conference. And now I will just share. Let's see if I can share my presentation. Well, actually, before I dive into my topic, I would like to say a couple of words. I mean, the first is just dedicated to the students, actually. This is where I come from and where I studied. Actually, that is Madrid, which is kind of like in the center of Spain. And there I studied in the University of Autónoma de Madrid. I mean, this is what the building looked like 25 years ago. So I studied in the Facultad de Ciencias, which is the Faculty of Science. But then later I moved to the Netherlands. I mean, clearly I'm not from the Netherlands. I don't look like a Dutch person. And then I moved to, well, this little place, which is Nijmegen. I mean, it's not easy to pronounce if you're not a Dutch person or if you haven't lived here. And well, and then here I did my PhD, and then I went back to Spain. Then I came back here. I got my permanent position, and this is the the building where I work. And when I started here, the building looked like quite old. It was a very old building, and then luckily it changed to this new modern building that you can see here from the outside. This is an air of the faculty, and this is from the side, and this is the main lobby of the faculty. As soon as you walk in, this is what you come across. So then my message, my advice to the students is, if you have the chance to go somewhere else, please take it. I mean, I can tell for myself, I mean, the experience of going to a different place doesn't need to be a different country. It could be just in your own country, just to a different university or a different city. So then, because you learn a lot, and I'm not talking about only scientifically. I mean, you learn about like everything, about life, about the things that we do. And of course, the more people that you interact with, the better, because then you get to know more ideas about anything. So then this is for the students. If you have the chance, please just go somewhere else, and then just you will have a wonderful experience. And then the second thing that I would like to say before I really dive into my topic is that I'm a synthetic chemist. So all my life I've been synthesizing molecules, always with a certain application. So then I can give you a quick overview of all the kind of molecules that I have synthesized. And I have worked and collaborated with big pharmaceutical companies like Organon and Solvay. And then for those, I collaborated on a project on diseases related with the central nervous system. And then, as you can see, these are some of the molecules that I synthesized. They were all with the structure that you have here, like an aryl group, and then 2 carbons and a nitrogen. So then this was like the main core, but as you can see, I synthesized like spiral compounds with 5 member rings, with 6 member rings. I mean, hydine twins, thiohydine twins, uracils, thiouracils, 4 member rings. I also synthesized like bridged polycyclic structures. I also synthesized fused polycyclic structures. I have also collaborated with Bayer Crop Science in a different project. And then here we were looking for new agrochemicals, actually highly fluorinated or benzothiophene agrochemicals. As you can see, we have fluorine almost everywhere, and kind of like interesting groups like this SCF3 or this SF5. So then those are not like usual groups that you have in molecules. I have also worked in what was called the European Lead Factory. This was a European consortium that comprised like universities and small, medium, and large companies like Merck, Janssen, Sanofi, AstraZeneca. The idea was to generate an incredibly large library of 500,000 compounds, and with the final goal that all those pharmaceutical companies they could use those compounds for looking for new medicines for anything that you can imagine. I mean, every company was interested on different targets. The main idea was to synthesize like three-dimensional molecules, because as you know, I mean, in the 90s, at the beginning of the 2000s, then the synthesis of medicines was always done just with flat molecules most of the time. So then it was just assembling of aromatic molecules. So then this idea was to really synthesize like quite complex and intricate 3D molecules, as you can see here. But of all this, I can tell you that the project that I'm most proud of is the one that I'm about to tell you now. Actually, the one that I have selected as the topic of today, which is, well, organic chemistry. I should have mentioned, I mean, I should have called it organic synthesis applied to crop protection. Because, I mean, when I was a kid, I always thought, well, I should say I dreamed that I would change the world. I think this is one of the thoughts that every kid has, actually. But then later, when you grow up, you realize that changing the world is kind of difficult. I mean, it's not that easy. But then it was about the time that I heard the saying that is, think globally, but act locally. So in a way, just focus on the things that you can, handle. So then I decided to stick to this saying. And since the sole goal of science is to leave behind a better world, this is my closest contribution to leaving behind a better world. And I want to start saying, like, look at this nice and beautiful picture. Probably you have seen this. This is like the typical postcard from the Netherlands. This is on the other side of the country, on the coast. So then there is where you have this, where the cultivation and plantations of tulips and flowers. So then you go there. Actually, this is the time, actually in spring, when you see this. Actually, now if I went there, I would see fields like this, which is just beautiful. But the important thing is, probably you know that the Netherlands is the biggest exporter of flowers in the world. And for such a small country, is kind of incredible. And so then this actually contributes substantially to the economy of the country. So then it's quite important to keep these fields away from parasites. And now I want you to look at this other picture, which, well, is almost as beautiful as the other one, but now the situation is entirely different, because actually these beautiful flowers that you see here are the enemy. Actually now these are parasites, these are parasitic plants. Actually, they are killing the actual plants that you want, actually. So then these are parasites that they use the root system of host plants like tomato and wheat and sorghum and millet, and they suck the nutrients and water from the plant so that they grow just from the nutrients of those host plants, and they kill those plants. So as you can see, this is quite serious in Africa, also in Asia, actually in India as well, actually. Then this is one of the main parasites, Striga hermontica, which is witchweed. And then as you can see, the losses is just enormous, actually. So then even like 20 to 100% of the crops are just spoiled, actually completely ruined because of the parasites. So then the question is, what can we chemists do to solve the problem? So then first we need to focus on how the system works, actually, how these parasitic plants work. So then look at this scheme. This is just, the host plant. This could be tomato, this could be wheat, this could be sorghum or millet. And this is just the parasitic seeds that are just next to it. So then these plants, they exudate some chemicals. And some of those chemicals, which in this case are called strigolactones, they are just the wake-up call for the parasitic seed to really experience the presence of a host plant. So then as you can see, when this chemical reaches the parasitic seed, then the seed notices that there is a host that can parasitize. So then what it does, it grows a radical, which is just a small root, to anchor to the root of the host plant, and it starts germinating. And then once this connection has been made, then this parasitic seed germinates and it grows and it sucks all the nutrients and water from the host plant. Eventually, the host plant dies and then the parasitic plant can just grow by itself. But then it really needs the host for germination. Once it has grown, then it can do it by itself. So then this chemicals, actually this germination stimulants, in this case are strigolactones. The family of strigolactones is quite large. Actually, there are more than 20 molecules, and most of them, they have this structure. That at the same time is divided into different families, depending on the configuration of the fusion of these two rings. So then as you can see, they have like an ABC core structure, where you have these three rings just fused to one another. Then you have a D ring completely isolated from the ABC part. And then you have this linkage, which is this ether linkage with this double bond and the oxygen. And the only thing is that the first compound that was isolated was strigol. And then the name of the entire family was given, the strigolactones. And then we have these families, the strigol family and the orobanchol family. The only thing that changes, as you can see, is the configuration here. So then, how can we use these molecules actually to prevent the action of these parasites? So then there is a technique which is called suicidal germination. So then just think that how we can use this germination stimulants. So then before you plant your crops, you can just spray these chemicals on the soil. So then the first thing that would happen is that the parasitic seeds, which are already infesting the soil, then they will think that there is a host plant, so they will start germinating. But the thing is, since there is no host plant that they can parasitize, they will just, they will not find this host, and eventually they will just die. So that would be it. Actually, if we could just collect enough material of this strigolactones, we could just solve the problem of these parasitic plants. But the problem is that these molecules are exudated in very, very minute amounts from the plants. To give you an indication, like tomato plant or a wheat plant, they produce like 1.5 picograms per plant per day. So then, which is like 10 to minus 12 grams, which is like nothing. That means that we would need to collect all the plants in the world just for collecting some of the material to really prevent this from happening. So that means that the cure could be a lot worse than the disease. So then the only option is synthesis, and then is where here synthetic chemists come. But there is another problem. If you look at the molecule, this is a strigol, which is like the main molecule. It is quite complex. Can it be synthesized? Yes. There are a few total syntheses of these compounds, but they take like more than 20 steps of synthesis, which means that it becomes very expensive. If we want to solve the problem, we need to have some molecules with the same activity, but as cheap as possible. So then that means that we cannot synthesize these molecules. We could, but they would be very expensive. So then we need to synthesize derivatives with hopefully the same activity, but that they could be synthesized in very few steps, like 3, 4, 5 steps tops, to make the synthesis cheap and available for farmers in Africa and Asia. So then, as you can imagine, this has been going on for many years. Many years means already like 50 years. So then many groups have research on this, and they have performed many structure activity relationship studies. And the first thing that was done was to simplify the molecule. As you can see here, we have many chiral centers. So then the first thing that was done was just, the simplification of the molecule. And then this is the main compound in this field, GR24. It is not that difficult to synthesize. Actually, it's a lot simpler and a lot easier to synthesize than the natural products. Still, it takes a few steps. But if you work on this field, then whatever the molecule you make, you always need to compare with GR24, actually, because actually this is quite active still. It is only like 100 times less active than the natural products, which is still good enough. And so then, this molecule was simplified further, and they could see that, if you just remove this benzene ring from molecule, still the molecule is active. Not as active as GR24, this is GR7, but still it was kind of active. And it was simplified further to GR5, which is kind of like the simplest structure that you can find. And eventually, what was known is that the key part of the molecule is the D ring. This is the D ring, and actually this is responsible for the activity of the molecule. But what happens is if you just take the D ring, this, which is the active part of the molecule, and then you test it, then it's not active. So there is no activity. So what it seems is that the ABC part of the stereolactones is the carrier that actually carries the D ring to the perfect place where the receptor is. And then there is the hydrolysis. And the hydrolysis, it's important to have this feature. Actually, eventually it was determined that this is the key part. This is the active part of the molecule that was called the bioactiphore for the activity of the stereolactones. And so then that means that we could just synthesize simpler molecules with this structure, but then much simpler on the ABC part that luckily could be carried to the proper receptor, the hydrolysis could take place, and then the D ring would just trigger all the response, and then the germination would take place. So then many molecules have already been synthesized with this idea. This Nijmegen one, as you can see, was developed here in Nijmegen, that's clear. But then it's kind of easy to get a dicarbonyl compound and perform the coupling with the D ring. So then all these molecules that they have this bioactiphore, this core structure, they were called analogs, stereolactone analogs. And then a few years later, then it was found that even if you have the connection of this oxygen directly to a carbonyl, so then if you just skip the double bond, then also these molecules are also active. So then these derivatives, they were called mimics. So then these are stereolactone mimics. So this is a mimic and these are analogs. So then the goal of my project was just to synthesize new analogs and mimics as simple, or as simpler as possible. But not in any way. As you can imagine, we need the ABC part, the carrier. Once there is the detachment of the D ring, of course, the ABC part is left behind. So then, as you can imagine, if you're thinking of spraying fields with your chemicals, then you need to synthesize something which is completely harmless to the environment. So then we thought of, okay, why don't we take already molecules that are plant hormones? So then we took auxins. So then this is a simple molecule. This is also a simple molecule. They're commercially available. They're cheap. And they are plant hormones. So they're completely harmless to the environment. Even they promote the growth of plants. So then what if we use this as the ABC part? Then we link this to the D ring, which is the active part of the molecule. And then we just synthesize a few analogs and mimics. Also, the idea was this methyl group here, actually, if I go back, this methyl is crucial for the activity. If you remove this methyl, there is no activity whatsoever. So then whatever the derivative that you make, you need to have this methyl in the D ring. So then with this in mind, we wanted to, okay, we keep the D ring with the methyl, and then we try to synthesize derivatives here with different substitution, which might be easier to synthesize than the natural D ring. So that was the project. And this Jürgen Matemann, he was the student responsible for all the synthesis. So then the first thing that we had to do was to synthesize the D ring that we could couple to the ABC part. So then we need to start from cheap commercially available products that we could just easily transform into the D ring. So then first we took just information from the literature, okay? And then we could find that the D ring with the methyl there was already synthesized from methyl malonic acid, and then glyoxal and sulfuric acid. And then this is just a condensation reaction. This is a Groenewegen condensation where one of the carboxylic acid decarboxylates during the reaction and you get this molecule. Then we applied the same chemistry, but in this case to pyruvaldehyde, and then we got the product, but you can see the yields were quite low. So then if you are thinking of making this on large scale, this yield is completely unacceptable. So then we optimized this. Actually, we developed a new method ourselves. And instead of using sulfuric acid, then we use phenyl boronic acid. And in this case, the conditions are much milder. And we could just improve the yield of the D ring with the methyl. And then we actually, we got a decent yield with the derivative with the two methyls. Then we also wanted to make more derivatives of the D ring. And then this was kind of like easy because this dimethyl maleic anhydride is commercially available. So the only thing that we had to do was to reduce one of the carbonyls just with the reducing agent. So then we got this in a decent yield, and also the nucleophilic addition of methyl, lithium methyl that they just added, and we get the last derivative that we needed. So now we had like all the possibilities with one methyl, two methyls on different positions, and three methyls on all the positions. And then once we had the alcohols of the D ring, we needed to transform the alcohol into a chloride. So then we needed to perform a substitution reaction. So in a way, we need to replace this OH group with this chlorine. And for this, we used thionyl chloride, and then the reactions were quite okay. Actually, in all cases, we get the desired product. And as you can see, this might look like counterintuitive, but actually it's not. Then the more shielded the position is, the higher the yield. As you can see, this, which is the most available one, gave the lowest yield, and this, which is the most aesthetically hindered one, gave the highest yield. But the thing is that this reaction gives a side product, and the side product is the reaction between this and this. So then, as you can imagine, not all the molecules react at the same time. So you get to a point that you have this and this in solution. So then this alcohol could perform a substitution reaction on this molecule. And then what we get as a side product is just the two D rings connected with an ether, just with an oxygen there. So then, as you can see, the more hindered it is, the less likely this secondary reaction takes place. So that's why this gave like a very good yield, and then this gave just, well, a poorer yield. So then we already had the chlorides for the D rings. The only thing that we needed to do was coupling them to the ABC part. So then, as you can see, we got to this in 2 steps. So that was quite good. And then this is kind of like a mandatory step if you're working on this field. I mean, you always have your D rings. I mean, you can just, as we did, to really synthesize some derivatives here, and then to really connect, to make the connection with the ABC part is always kind of like the same chemistry. I mean, you start with the carbonyl or electron withdrawing group. You need to formulate your derivative. Then you get this dicarbonyl compound, and then you need to couple this. This is the enol form, as I will discuss in a minute. Then you need to couple this with the D ring to really get the final product. So then we took the esters of the auxins, of the plant hormones, and this reaction is quite straightforward. Actually, we use sodium hydride as a base, so then we deprotonated here, and then with ethyl formate, then we just formulated this position. So then actually the formula looks like this, but in this case, like in many other cases, when you have a beta dicarbonyl compound, and also if you have extra conjugation here, like an aromatic molecule, then this is always in equilibrium with the enol form. And in this case, actually the equilibrium is driven to the enol form. Actually, in this case, the equilibrium was 1 to 9, and in this case, one was 1 to 12. So actually the enol form is the major product. So that's why I represented it like this. These reactions went flawlessly. The only thing that remained was the coupling with the D ring. And this on paper looks like very easy and straightforward. And as I said, this is kind of the last step for making strigolactone derivatives, so that you can find plenty of information in the literature. Many bases have been used. I mean, potassium terpetoxide, triethylamine, and sodium hydride, potassium carbonate, cesium carbonate. But the difficult thing of this reaction is the reproducibility. It is kind of difficult to reproduce it because it is very tricky. So then we work on this quite thoroughly, and eventually we optimize the conditions. So then it is very important first to have compounds as pure as possible and to remove water as much as possible. So you really need to work under dry conditions, because otherwise water just spoils the reaction and ruins it. And then of all the bases, then for us work best potassium carbonate. I mean, you only need a mild base because this hydrogen is quite acidic. DMF was the best solvent that we could find. And then you can just mix everything together at 0 degrees. Then you reduce the temperature to -40 degrees. And then you just let it stand until it reaches room temperature in almost 3 days. And under these conditions, then we got all the derivatives that we wanted with the 2 oxyns, actually with the indole and with the phenyl, and then coupled with all the 4 D-rings that we had already synthesized with the natural methyl. Actually, this is the natural D-ring, then with 2 methyls on different positions and with 3 methyls. And as you can see, the yields were variable from excellent yields to poor yields. Then it really depended on the oxygen that we use as the nucleophile and also as the D-ring fluoride that we use for the coupling. Okay, then the only thing that remained to be done was the testing of these molecules. For this, we started a collaboration with a different group because we didn't have the facilities for testing this. So then we collaborated with the University of Olomouc, which is in Czech Republic, also in Europe, and then Adela Hilova was responsible for all the testing. So then, as I said before, if you're working on this field, you need to test your compounds always compared with GR24, because this is the one that is everywhere used. So then we tested all the compounds against 3 different parasites, actually, Striga ermontica, Talibanki ramosa, and Orebanki minor. Those are the main parasites of tomato, wheat, sorghum, and millet. And then, as you can see, we had very good results. I mean, just see GR24, I mean, these are the concentrations. So then the larger the bar, the more active your compound is, because this is the concentration. So then, as you can see, the lower the concentration, that means that you need less material to induce germination. So then GR24 is quite active, as you can see in the nanomolar region for 2 of the 3 parasites. And then, as you can see, of all our molecules, then compounds 1 and 5, not surprisingly, the ones that have the natural D-ring, the one with the 1 single methyl at the right position, were the most active. And then, as you can see, compound 1, this one with the indole, with the oxygen with the indole, then, well, in the case of P. ramosa, is almost as active as GR24. And in the case of Orebanki minor, is even more active than GR24. And we are again in the nanomolar region. And then also for compound 5, we get almost the same result, which means that this is an incredibly good result because these molecules are a lot easier and cheaper to synthesize than GR24. And as you can see, for these 2 parasitic plants, they have even, comparable in the case of P. ramosa, or even better results than GR24. And then on the other hand, as you can see, 4 and 8, those are the compounds with the 3 methyls, they don't have any activity. And the ones with 2 methyls, they have just activity in between. And then we went on with the project now to synthesize the mimics. And in this case, it's even easier because we don't need to formulate the starting material. We can just use the oxygens that we have here, commercially available and cheap, and then just couple them directly with the D-ring. For this, we followed and we used the same reaction conditions that we had used previously. So then we just do the carboxylic acids, the D-ring chlorides, potassium carbonate, same conditions, and we could just perform a substitution reaction and replace this chlorine with our nucleophile. And then we synthesize again the full range of molecules with the 2 oxygens that we decided to start from, and with the 4 D-rings with methyl, the natural D-ring with 2 methyls on different positions and with 3 methyls. Yields were also variable, again, lowered when we have the indole than when we have the phenyl. There's still this, this chemistry is, as I said, quite tricky, so then this is still good enough. And then again, we send these compounds to Czech Republic to be tested. So then Adela tested them for us. And then again, we had good results. And not surprisingly, then the best results were again with the natural D-ring with only 1 methyl at the right position. So then compound 9, again with the indole, was the most active one. As you can see, we compare them again, and we tested them against the 3 main parasitic plants, against S. hermontica, P. ramosa, and Orebanki minor. And as you can see, in the case of P. ramosa, then 9 and 13 were almost as active as GR24, but again, within the nanomolar region. Below the nanomolar region is a no-go, because then you would need too much material to really spray on the field. So then you really need to reach at least nanomolar activity. So then this is what we got. So then we had 4 compounds which were as or even better than GR24 in some of the cases, and a lot easier to synthesize. As you can see, these compounds are even easier, the mimics are even easier to synthesize than the analogs. So then the next step, it is quite difficult. The next step, we started collaboration with Burkina Faso in Africa, and then Jibril Johnly was our contact person. So then what he did, he went to the fields, actually, where the actual fields, where they grow the crops, and he collected soil. So then what we planned was to just mimic, to make some boxes and to mimic in a greenhouse, just the weather conditions and the raining conditions in Burkina Faso. So that, as you can see, we made, well, he made actually 1 by 1 by ½ meter depth boxes. He filled them up with the soil, actually collected from the fields. And then we did all the, then we tested all the compounds that we had, and we had very positive results. So then the last thing that we needed to do was to test all this on the, to do the field trials, which means that we should just go to the actual place where the situation happens, where we have the parasites and where we crop our tomatoes and weeds. And unfortunately, the situation is a bit more complex because in the lab, you can run as many reactions as you want per month. Even when you have your greenhouse and you have your boxes, then you can, well, you can run many experiments at the same time or even per month because you can mimic the reaction, the weather conditions yourself. But when you go to the field, then you have just 1 experiment per year. Actually, you just do your testing, then you just wait for a few months, and then you see the results. So then the problem that we had is that, well, the first year, it was just before the pandemic, then, well, we didn't get like very conclusive results, maybe because we didn't use enough material or we didn't have enough parasitic seeds on the soil. So then we needed to wait for another year, actually, to really test. But then the pandemic came, the pandemic struck, and then there was no way that we could send our products, our chemicals to Burkina Faso. There was no way that the post worked. So then there was no way actually that we could just test our molecules that year, which meant that it had to be delayed for 1 year. And then after that, actually, the funding was over, actually, because obviously, like every single project, then you get funding for a certain period of time, and then that period of time was over. So then we couldn't continue with this. And now we are trying to apply to really finish the project because as you can imagine, then we have already synthesized 4 very good contenders, actually, that they can solve the problem of these parasitic plants using the suicidal germination approach. And then, well, everything was positive. I mean, all the in vivo testing, all the boxes testing, and the only thing that we need to do is just the field testing and really prove that these molecules can really solve the problem and we can help farmers in Africa and Asia. And then luckily, we could transform a field like this when we have this Striga montica everywhere. They're beautiful though, but as you can see, they're parasitic plants and harmful, that we can transform it into something like this, where we have this beautiful cornfield without any parasites. So then this is everything that I wanted to tell you. Of course, I didn't do everything by myself. So then I would like to acknowledge some of the people everyone involved in this project. These are Professors Floris Rutjes and Bine Swanenberg. He's already retired. He's the guy who dragged me into this project because he retired. I mean, already that picture, which was taken a few years ago. Now he's 87, and officially he retired 20 years ago, but unofficially he retired like 2 weeks ago. He came to my office saying, okay, I think I'm done. And actually, we have traveled together, and that means not that long ago, as I mentioned, just before the pandemic, we went to Burkina Faso to really see the fields. And we went to Czech Republic. We have also gone to different countries, and that was not that long ago. I mean, he was already in his 80s. So then I really appreciate his help. And then of course, Jörgen Mattemann, he's the guy responsible for the synthesis under my supervision. And then of course, Adela in Czech Republic for all the testing, and Jibril for all the testing in boxes and all the attempts in the fields. And of course, thank you very much for your attention. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, sir, for the informative talk. Due to some technical reason, Dr. N.S. Thakre, sir, could not connect with us. So I would like to invite to Dr. R.P. Tekade, ma'am, to conclude the session. Over to you, ma'am.
I invite all the participants that the session is open for discussion. If you have any queries regarding this topic, our Honorable Dr. Daniel sir is here to solve your queries. Okay.
I don't know if maybe there was too much synthesis.
Yeah, yes, sir. To hear such a nice technical session regarding the organic chemistry. So while living in the India, we find that there are lots of pests and insects which mostly harms to the crop plants. And many of the farmers do suicide regarding the poor production or poor yield. So sir, I hope
I couldn't hear anything. I don't know if it is your connection or my connection. I lost you for a few seconds.
okay. Once again, I repeat that, sir, whatever the topic you have taken regarding the organic chemistry, for the crop protection, it was very nice talk, sir. And really, I told that in India also there are large number of the pests on the crops which are creating harms. And because of this, many of the farmers conceive suicide also, sir, because of the poor production. And the topic or whatever the mimics and analogs you have told will definitely be useful in India also, sir. I once again thank you for joining us and giving a very nice session. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much to you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, sir. Next technical session will be start in 5 minutes.
First of all, I would like to thank organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to conduct technical session 4 of this conference. A very good afternoon to chairman, guest of honor, delegates on online platform across the globe, research scholars, and my dear students. Myself, Ashish Shamrauji Muneshwar, welcome you all to the fourth technical session of this conference. For this session, we are graced to have Dr. Arni Gulane sir, who is chairman Board of Studies of Zoology at Sant Gadi Baba Amravati University, Amravati, as a chairperson. And we have Dr. Mumtaz Beg from University of Gule, Canada, as a resource person for this technical session. First of all, I would like to request Dr. R.A. Gulhane sir to acquire his seat as a chairperson for this technical session 4.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Mumtaz Beg sir to occupy his seat as a resource person for this technical session. Thank you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Rupali Tekade madam to introduce Dr. Mumtaz Beg sir.
Thank you, sir. I am profoundly elated to take an opportunity to introduce our today's resource person, Honorable Dr. Mumtaz Beg. Dr. Mumtaz Beg, he is Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati, and presently he is working at the Research Scholar, Department of Integrative Biology, University of Guelph, Ontario, Canada. His research interest is population and evolutionary genetics, genomics of species varying from viruses to large mammals. Sir is expertise in the molecular biology techniques such as DNA, RNA extraction, PCR, RT-PCR, and DNA sequencing. His excellent skill of DNA sequence analysis using Windows and Linux operating system. Sir is the recipient of various awards of BT Crest Postdoctorate Research Award 2014 from New York. He is also the recipient of Cas Tavas Postdoctorate Research Award China in 2008. He is also the recipient of Phule Ambedkar Award from Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati. He has conducted postdoctorate research work in many countries like America, Portugal, Germany, France, China, New York, and Canada. He has published 27 research papers in high impact factor journals with citation index 1200. One of the papers is in the Science Journal, while two are cited in reference book published by the Springer. Sir is the recognized guide of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, and 12 students have been awarded for PhD under his able guidance. Above all, I invite Dr. Mumtaz Beg sir for his talk on the topic technologies and COVID-19 pandemic. Over to you, sir. I would just like to inform chairperson of this technical session as well as all the participants, as due to the different time zone, the time zone of Canada and here is quite different. So because of this, we have the recorded video of Dr. Mumtaz Beg sir. So please kindly take the note of this. Thank you.
So many things. Hello, everybody. Before I dwell into my discussion, let me put certain things. When Dr. Rupali Tekade, my student, first contacted me and asked me to deliver a talk in the conference, I asked her about the theme and she told me that the theme will be recent innovations in science and technology, which you are calling as now RIST. So I have so many things popping up in my mind because my area of research is population and evolution genetics, or in simple way you can say I use DNA to understand and uh, know the species ranging from viruses to human. So population genetics is the study of species and their evolution, you can say. So believe me, it is a very interesting field when it comes to storytelling. You can tell so many stories in this field, uh, right from viruses to human. For example, when it comes to human, DNA has debunked so many interesting stories about our own origin, like that how and where human evolved, why all human have African roots, how human move out of Africa, how they reach new world like North America, South America, how Australian aborigines, which are found even today in Australia, and the Native American found in the America and even Canada, how why they have Asian origin, how they reach over there thousands of years before. And when it comes to cattle, like when humans started domestication of cattle, when they were domesticated and where they were domesticated. When it comes to rat, why the black rat found all over the world trace Indian origin, like how they spread from out of India to different part of the world. So it is full of uh, interesting stories, but I think it is not time to tell here. So instead of picking up one story, uh, I've decided to confine my uh, topic again to COVID, because we all are challenged by this pandemic in this during this last 2 years. So in this brief talk, I will be discussing about the role of technologies, both information technologies and the diagnostic technologies, and how they are playing a very decisive role in tackling this disease. So please stay with me, and we will have some discussion about the role of these technologies in this uh, pandemic, which has really shook the world by surprise. So before we start, let's have some flashback. So if we see the timeline of COVID-19, it first started in the Wuhan in November 2019, and there are so many theories about its origin. Some say that there are some conspiracy theory and blah blah. But one thing is very crystal clear, that this virus has uh, animal origin, or simply called as zoonotic uh, origin. Zoonotic means the virus which spread from animal, one species to another species, not strictly, not always uh, within a species. So this is very certain that it's come from either from bat or from pangolin, an anteater. And this is the uh, scientific term which is being used for this virus SARS-CoV-2, because it is a mutated version of the SARS virus, which was first appeared in the beginning of the millennium around 2002, called as uh, severe acute respiratory syndrome. So this is very important to keep this timeline in mind. All things started in the November 2019 in Wuhan, China. So let's move further from here. So after being first identified in November 2019 in Wuhan, China, WHO declared this COVID-19 as a public health emergency of international concern on January 30th, 2020, and same WHO then declare this COVID-19 as a pandemic on 11 March 2020. And till March 29, 2022, the date when I started preparing the slide for this lecture, this disease has already caused death of 6.13 million people across the globe and already infected more than 484 million people. So nowhere in the history of human a single disease or pandemic has caused so many death across the world. So let's move. Social media has played a very important role in the COVID-19, especially uh, spreading the information, though it has double edge. Yes, it also being used to spread false information, misinformation, but it has really played a very good role in spreading very important information about this virus. So this is one very interesting story associated with this. Eddie Holmes, who is a virologist, on January 10, 2020. This is very important. I need your attention. See the date when he first made a tweet on January 10, 2020, well before the WHO declared the coronavirus as pandemic. If you go back to the time scale, you will find that WHO declared this as a pandemic on March 11, and here Holmes is tweeting on January 10. What he's tweeting, an initial genome sequence of the coronavirus is available on biological.org. So he said that the entire genome of this Wuhan outbreak virus is being sequenced and is available on biological.org. This is a site which which is a repository of this virus sequences. So this is very funny and very interesting conversation is associated with this Eddie Holmes, who is a friend of Chinese virologist whose name is Chang. So Chang actually sequence those Wuhan sequence uh, and then deposit in the biological org. So Chang rang Eddie Holmes and he said that, hey Eddie, uh, I have deposited the sequence of this Wuhan outbreak and it is available now on the biological org. And that time he was taking his flight and uh, then the air attendant, the flight attendant came to him and he said that we are taking off and please switch off your mobile. So before that, Eddie just asked him, "Hey, Chang, can I make this public through the mouth of Twitter?" He said, "Okay." And uh, within when this tweet was made in Jan 10, 2020, and based on those genetic sequences, the two important pharmaceutical companies, Moderna and the US National Institute of Health, announced plan to develop a vaccine which become a reality in just 10 months. So this was the power of social media, that uh, the information which was being there in the database was immediately shared among scientists, among the pharmaceuticals, and we have that vaccine within 10 months of its first appearance of the disease. If we compare this to the old days, it might have taken lot of uh, days and months. If it have been published in a journal, then journal reach to the all concerned scientists, and it takes a lot of time to know those sequence information, and then design a vaccine based on that. So this is the power of information technology, especially the social media, in spreading the right information so that it will reach the right audience, and uh, essential action should be taken in a required time scale. So apart from providing good information about the pandemic, the social media has played a very important role in debunking the misinformation associated with this pandemic. So there were many misinformation spread uh, about this pandemic, and it was very nicely tackled by social media. To cite one example, one gentleman, Cards, he used his health nut account to challenge many false paper, like which conclude that there was no benefit of lockdown in tackling the COVID-19 pandemic, and there were also research finding which says that the drug ivermectin, which is widely used in anti-parasitic treatment, can be a good medicine to cure this disease. Most of the such studies are generally published in so-called predatory journal, which publish their findings with taking a lot of money from the researcher with a very poor or no peer review. This similar kind of study was also being circulated widely in the social media, that cow dung has a cure for COVID, but it was uh, overruled by Indian doctors that there is no scientific evidence which supports that cured by or so social media, the Twitter and some other uh, platform has played a very important role in spreading the right information and debunking the misinformation. So now let's move to the technology that played a very important role in the diagnosis of this COVID-19, is commonly called as RT-PCR, and this term become very synonymous with the detection of this COVID-19 infection. So what is important about this technology is that this technology is already existing before the start of this pandemic. It is called as RT-PCR. Full form is the real-time PCR, and this is extension of one technique very common in molecular biology called as PCR, which stands for polymerase chain uh, reaction, which originated in the 1980s, which made possible to amplify the target gene in large number of fragments and analyze them. So this PCR, or more specifically RT-PCR, also allow the researcher to measure the amount of viruses present in the sample. And another beauty of this technique is that it is possible to detect the presence of this virus when very few cells are infected with the virus, which is not possible with uh, ELISA, which is commonly used as a rapid method of early detection. Because in this ELISA, what is important that there must be uh, ample amount of antibodies that to be detected. But here in RT-PCR, it is so sensitive that it can detect the presence of virus when only few cells are being infected. So that's why RT-PCR is the gold mark in the detection of this COVID-19 infection compared to ELISA, which is not that reliable compared to RT-PCR. So RT-PCR is a choice of diagnostic widely used in COVID-19. These are the steps outlined in this diagram. First is the sample procurement that is being done by nasal swab, and this nasal swab then they are subjected to the RNA extraction, because this COVID-19 virus has RNA as a genetic material and not DNA. So this is a RNA containing virus. So after RNA is being extracted, this RNA is converted to a cDNA, and then that is being amplified using this RT-PCR machine, and you have then millions of copies of the cDNA, and that those are being analyzed with the presence of some fluorescent labeled probe. So RT-PCR specifically target some virus specific genes to detect the presence of this virus, and it is a very important and technology which is at the center stage of diagnostic as far as the COVID-19 infection is concerned. So this technology has really changed the face of diagnostic as far as the epidemiology of the disease is concerned. Since this virus was first identified in Wuhan in November 2019, many variants of this virus has been identified in different parts of the world, and the technology which has played a very crucial role in deciphering all these variant is called as the NGS, which stands for Next Generation genetics to sequence large genome in a very short span of time, and this technology has played an important role in identifying the variants like alpha, beta, delta, and omicron. In this diagram, you can see that omicron, which is the most contagious variant so far identified, is a hybrid of four variants like alpha, beta, gamma, and delta, and all the 36 amino acid mutation which is being found in omicron is shared uh, by four variants of
Sorry, there is some technical issue regarding the video. It's a network problem. Please wait for 2 minutes. We are very sorry for the disturbance. There is a technical issue regarding the network. It's resumed in within 5 minutes.
Vaccine preparation technologies. So when I was preparing this slide, I obtained this information from one site called as Our World in Data. You can Google and you can go this site. This site has very interesting data associated with so many things, not with only just COVID. And when I found this site, there is a very interesting information about this COVID-19 vaccination is there. So 64% of the world population has already received at least one dose of this COVID. So here you can see in the bar chart this is the world, and 64% is already vaccinated. Means that they received at least one dose. 58% received uh, at least two dose, and 6.7 uh, single dose. So in overall 64% of the world population is vaccinated. And very interesting thing is that this is the figure for other countries. Like our country, there is 71% of the population is vaccinated. In United States, 77% of the population is vaccinated. Same with the UK. China, from where the disease started, has already vaccinated 88% of this population. And very interesting is that the top at the top is UAE, Dubai. 99% of Dubai, or sorry, UAE residents are vaccinated. So they don't make any vaccine, but they have petrodollars to buy these vaccines. So this is again the fruit of technology that we have now, vaccines against this uh, uh, virus. So let's move on and stay with me. I have some more interesting facts about this vaccination to share with you. So when we come to other countries, the it's a very picture is very gloomy. Many parts of the world is still not received vaccination. Uh, the same diagram, world 64%, and when we look at the Africa, a whole continent, just go back to our textbook, geography textbook. Africa is not one country; it's a continent. Only 20% of the population of Africa is vaccinated, and only 15% receive double dose and 5.1 single dose. So only 20% of the Africa population is vaccinated, and Africa is a huge continent. Uh, and same thing for about the war-torn countries like Afghanistan, which received only 13% of vaccination. Nigeria, one of the African country, has just 10% of vaccination, while Yemen, another war-torn country, has received just 2.1%. So this is a very gloomy picture of the vaccination when we look at. So and this is not good for very effective vaccination against this COVID, because there is always a threat of new variants. We always uh, uh, see news that new variant is coming out. So why these new variants are coming out? Because as I told before that, this virus required a host cell to undergo multiplication, because viruses, they are at the boundary of living and non-living. They outside host cell, they are nothing, they're just particles, but to breed they required host. So unvaccinated host is the very good host for them to undergo replication. So as long as more people are unvaccinated, it has more better breeding ground to undergo mutations, novel mutations, and combined with vaccinated people, and come out with really very chimeric and new habit which are very difficult to tackle. So this need to be addressed. Even WHO has also addressed that if you really want if you want really want to get rid of this pandemic, because everybody is talking about when this pandemic will go away. When already 2 years has passed, but this is the very gloomy picture that still many part of the world has not received very vaccination uh, against this virus. So this always remain a threat to the healthy people. So we cannot say that if you receive vaccination, it means that we are safe. But thing is that what we don't know what's happening in the pockets where there is no vaccination, and so there's always a danger that a new mutant or new variant will arise that need to be addressed. So as we are reaching the conclusion, uh, the $1 million question is, does technology can alone defeat this pandemic? So answer lies in our the way we uh, act in the coming days, because there is always a threat of new variants. Recently, already one new variant called XC has knocked the door, and as we saw in the vaccination uh, slide, that still many part of the world have not received vaccination, and this provide a excellent breeding ground for this virus to mutate and come up with new variants. So this is also a time to think about or go beyond, I say, uh, using the term like strategic partnership, geopolitics, and vaccine diplomacy, because uh, the WHO has pointed out that though there is some sharing, but it is not being uh, shared properly. There is unequal sharing. People are sharing this vaccine with these things in mind, like that. Strategic partnership, geopolitics, vaccine diplomacy, and many part of the world remain unvaccinated. So we had to go beyond this and be more generous. Those countries who have more resources, they should open those resources to those who are less endowed with those resources. So the solution to this is very simple, and it lies in think, pair, and share. Those countries which have lot of resources, they can pair with of their own kind, and then together they can share these resources with other less endowed countries. So then only we can expect a very healthy and COVID-free world. Last but not the least, I am very thankful to the organizer of this conference, to all participants for my patience hearing and bearing. If you have any query, you can mail me to this email address, and I wish you all a very happy and healthy COVID-free world. But don't forget the mantra of think, pair, and share. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request chairperson of this session, Honorable R.A. Gulhane sir, to share his valuable remarks and conclude this session. Over to you, sir. Now, I request chairperson of this session, Honorable Dr. R.A. Gulhane sir, to share his valuable remarks and conclude this session.
Respected Gulhane sir.
Pratik sir.
Gulhane sir, you are mute. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can I audible?
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Good afternoon, all of you. It is a matter of great pleasure for me to be here among you. I am very much honored to be invited as a chairperson for technical session on one-day international multidisciplinary conference on recent innovation in science and technology, Dist 2020.
Gulhane sir, you are not audible. Gulhane sir, you are mute.
Hello.
Now
Hello?
you are audible, sir. Now you are audible.
Yeah, I would like to extend my sincere
I think there is a problem in your network, sir.
respected inaugurator of today's e-conference, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Dilip Ji Narkade sir, Vice Vice Chancellor Sant Gadagua Amravati University Amravati, Guest of Honor Dr. Kirantai Bharti, Advocate Siddharth Bharti, Priyadarshan Bharti, all executive member, principal Dr. Rajendra Tathed and Dr. Aute and Dr. Rupali Tekade. The session which is conducted by Dr. Mumtaz Beg, he give details information about COVID-19 lifetime. Then he he spent his majority of the time on respiratory syndrome, SARS, COVID-19. Then the technique which is commonly used for the RT-PCR, ELISA, and he also mentioned the Omicron 36 amino acid altering mutation of 23 shared with the previous variant. With the informative information which is given by the Mumtaz Beg, it is very useful to all the society because we are facing from last 2 years from the COVID-19. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. R.A. Gulane sir, for your valuable comments and remarks. Now, this session is open for discussion. As ma'am has said us earlier that this is a video session, so sir has given us his mail. So if some participants have any queries, then those participants can send a mail to sir, and sir has told us that he will reply you as early as possible to your queries. Now, heading towards the final section of this technical session, I would like to request Professor Bagre sir to propose a vote of thanks.
Once again, thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to present vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to heartfelt gratitude to the speaker of the technical session 4, Dr. Mumtaz Beg sir, for informative and valuable talk on technology and COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, sir, for explaining us how social media played a vital role to overcome COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. R.A. Gulane sir for their valuable guidance and time. Once again, thank you, sir. Also, I like to thank all the participants on online platform for their cooperations, and with the permission of chairperson of this technical session, I declare that this session is over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next technical session will be start within 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, all of you. After completing the technical session, now is the time for the oral presentation. May I take the opportunity to welcome you all in the oral presentation session with the aim to engage the participants in a meaningful session for the exploration of scientific advancement. The conference has set the session of presentation for the participants. As we all know that we have received near about 144 full-length paper and near about 10 videos regarding the oral presentation. So may I call upon Piley Paul to present her topic.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Piali Paul, a research scholar. I am doing my research under the guidance of Dr. Dara Singh Gupta sir, who is an assistant professor in University Department of Botany, Kolhan University, Chaivasa. The topic of my research paper is Ethnomedicinal Study and Qualitative Analysis of Jatamansi, a case study in Lanko Valley, Darjeeling, West Bengal. Nadrostrychus jatamansi, it is an endangered primitive and therapeutic herbal plant. It is used as a good stimulant, antispasmodic, laxative and anti-epileptic. It also shows marked tranquilizing activity. This paper deals with the ethnomedicinal practices of jatamansi and its phytochemical analysis. My study area for this research is Lanko Valley. It is a village located in Kurseong block of Darjeeling district. The objective of my research paper to gather information about traditional knowledge aimed at redressing some medicinal value of jatamansi, to find out the phytochemical present in the Nadrostrychus jatamansi by qualitative analysis. The materials and method of this paper for case study and collection of the data, semi-structured interview, questionnaire and direct observation were used. The preliminary phytochemical analysis of protein, carbohydrate, phenol, tannins, flavonoids, saponin, glycosides, steroids, phlobatannins, alkaloids and terpenoids has been done. For the collection of the plant material, the dried form of the roots of jatamansi is collected from herbal practitioners of Lanko Valley of Darjeeling district. For extraction of the plant material, the extraction of the plant material was done by hot water extraction method. The three form of extract was prepared: aqueous, ethanolic and methanolic extract. To get aqueous extract, 5 gram of powder material was weighted using an electronic weighing balance. Then it was taken in a beaker and 100 ml of distilled water was added. The mixture was heated on a hot plate with continuous stirring at 30 to 40 degrees centigrade for 20 minutes. Then water extract was filtered through filter paper and filtrate was used for the phytochemical analysis. Same process was repeated to get ethanolic and methanolic extract using ethanol and methanol in place of distilled water. For case study, the case study has been done in 3 patients: Dil Kumar Biswakarma, Salim Thapa and Ghanshyam Chetri of different age group suffering from insomnia, epilepsy, anxiety and depression. The method of administration and the dosage is almost same, that is 1.5 teaspoon of jatamansi powder with honey or lukewarm water twice a day. The duration of the treatment is 3 months, 4 months, 7 days and 2 months respectively. For phytochemical analysis, the proteins are tested by Millen's test and Nihydrin test. For carbohydrate, Felin test, Benedict test and iodine test has been performed. For phenol and tannins, ferric chloride test has been done. For flavonoids, Skinoda test and alkaline reagent test has been performed. For saponin, foam test has been done. For glycosides and steroids, Lieberman's test, Salkowski test and Killer-Kinani test has been done. For phlobatannin, 1% ACL test has been done. For alkaloids, Mayer's and Wagner's reagent test has been done. For terpenoids, Salkowski test has been performed. The result of this paper is, in the case study, the 3 patients who are under observation, after administration of plant material for certain duration, it was found that the treatment was successful for all the cases. And in qualitative analysis, almost all phytochemicals are present in one or other 3 form of extraction. Here, the plus symbol indicates the presence of phytochemical in trace amount, double plus indicates the presence in adequate amount, the triple plus indicates a strong presence of phytochemicals, and minus sign indicates the absence of the phytochemicals. These all are the some pictures of the phytochemical analysis. The conclusion of this research paper, the 3 patients who were suffered from the different health problems were consulted, and it was found that the treatment was successful for all the patients. The phytochemical analysis of Nitrostricus jatamansi suggested the plant contains all the primary metabolites and one and other active secondary metabolites like phenol, tannin, flavonoids, saponin, steroids, phlobatannins, alkaloids and terpenoids. The presence of such secondary metabolites shows it has very significant role in the treatment of various diseases in the human being. These all are the references. Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Piali Paul, a research.
Thank you, Paili Paul. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Sushil Sarpe. May I request him to go for his presentation?
I am Dr. Sushil Sarpe, Assistant Professor at Department of Physics, G.D. Paddy Sangrotkar Mahavidyalaya, Daryapur. First of all, I am thankful to organizer to give me the chance to present my research work. My research topic is particle size confinement of hybrid nanostructured zinc oxide polyaniline matrix. We know that the use of nano size material, nanocomposite material and hybrid nanostructure material are rapidly interested in the scientific community due to its intensive property like the surface to bulk ratio for the nano size material. It is greater than that of course of material. In nano size material, a larger fraction of atoms are present in the surface and hence the some properties become very interesting. Among the various semiconductor materials, zinc oxide has been chosen the key sensing material. Zinc oxide is among the extremely studied metal oxide, outstanding because of the unique properties and important characteristics of some examples. Low cost, easy availability and wide range of application. Polyaniline, which can be synthesized either by chemical oxidization polymerization or electropolymerization method. So this is very important in present work in composed material. Zinc oxide and polyaniline synthesis and structural properties were studied. Also on the basis of X-ray diffraction, the patterns of the property of a nano size particle confinement was studied. Experimental part. First part is synthesize nanomaterial metal oxide like zinc oxide. Second, synthesis of conducting polymer polyaniline, and third one is the synthesis of nanocomposite pani and zinc oxide. Zinc oxide is synthesized by using the adapting the method of myself, that is liquid phase method, and we get finally get the zinc oxide nanoparticles. And for the synthesis of conducting polymer pani, we use the International Union of Pure Applied Chemistry method, which is available everywhere. So by using this, we can synthesize the zinc oxide and polyaniline. For the synthesis of nanocomposite material, in this part we use the N-cytopolymerization method. In case there was a synthesis of hybrid matrix of zinc oxide and pani is done. To prepare the nanocomposite of pani and zinc oxide hybrid matrix, first we prepare the 1 molar HCl solution in distilled water. Hence we are use the zinc oxide which is prepared in the step 1. In the preparation of, we add zinc oxide in 1 molar HCl solution to achieve the 0.1 molar gel solution of zinc oxide. Then this solution under the treatment of sonication for 1 hour. Now the solution prepare the 100 ml 0.1 aniline hydrochloride solution, then add the 10 ml sonicated zinc oxide peroxide APS solution slow with the continuous stirring. After the 3 hours, we achieve the polymerization, and this polymerization is called as N-cytopolymerization. After the 3 hours filtration, Wash the above solution for 1 molar HCl solution and dry it under the vacuum for 12 hours. The yield of synthesized zinc oxide poly nanostructure was found to be well proportioned. To study the particle size confinement effect, the bombardment of ultrasonication radiation of specific voltage for the specific time interval, we get the different samples. So, synthesized zinc oxide and Pani nanostructure, which is where sonicated for the 0 minute, that is called without sonicated, 10 minutes, 20 minutes time period name as 0 minute sample ZNO first one, 10 minutes ZNO plus Pani S2 and 20 minutes ZNO plus Pani S3 respectively. Okay, so in next part we discuss the result and discussion. In this first part, X-ray diffraction studies we done. The main objective of this present investigation to synthesize the nano composite of zinc oxide and Pani. From the XRD graphs, it will reveals that confirm that synthesized zinc oxide are highly structured or highly crystalline in nature. The recorded X-ray pattern from A to C confirm that the synthesized composite of zinc oxide and Pani and polyethylene are polycrystalline nature in the semi-amorphous nature. One can see that the presence of peaks of broadening corresponding to zinc oxide nanocrystallines. However, these peaks are slightly shifted from the respective standard position made due to the presence of Pani matrix. This superficial property of nanocomposite has been also suggested by many researchers, and to study the X-ray patterns of the X-ray patterns. With increasing the concentration of zinc oxide, the slight broadening of all peaks corresponding to Pani is observed. Okay, now second result and discussion part. The effect of ultrasonication and zinc oxide Pani matrix are studied. To compare the broadening of peaks obtained in cases of different samples, XRD patterns are merged together. Further, the calculated average crystalline size is prepared sample as shown in the table. It is found that the average crystalline size decreases due to the crystalline sonication time, it goes on increases. The influence of sonication time on the crystal size was main subject of interest here. Furthermore, the XRD patterns can be seen that there are little shift of diffraction peaks due to the ultrasonic radiation treatment. From the graph, it is also observed that the crystalline size of synthesis varies sonication time. It is seen that polycrystalline size decreases with the sonication time. So, it is observed that the mechanical influence produced by the ultrasonication wave, such as the emulsification, stir and other, could prevent the crystalline growth and agglomeration. In third part of result and discussion, we are focusing on the same images. From the figure A3, A to D shows the same macrograph of nanocomposite of zinc oxide and polyethylene at a different resolution scale. From the micrograph, it is clear that there was a formation of nanotubes and nanocomposite material, zinc oxide Pani. So, it is observed that from the images on a head of polyethylene nanotubes, there was a decomposition of nano-sized zinc oxide. This is an evidence for the N-cytopolymerization method of Pani and zinc oxide to synthesize nanocomposite zinc oxide. And the last part of this presentation is that conclusion. First conclusion is that the pure zinc oxide and pure polyethylene and zinc oxide nanocomposite had been successfully synthesized. Secondly, zinc oxide nanotubes were successfully covered with the Pani by processing N-cytopolymerization chemical oxidative polymerization of alanine. Third part, due to the interfacial interaction between the nanocomposite zinc oxide and Pani, there is a formation of zinc oxide and Pani matrix. The future course of this material is that this type of hybrid material will use in many applications. So, thank you for listening me. Thank you of organizing committee to give me opportunity to present my research work. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Sushil Charpe sir. May I now request the third participant, Dr. Kailash Nemade, to go for his oral presentation. It is a kind request to all the participants that they have to submit the feedback form as early as possible, so as it will be convenient for us to give the certificate, and the certificate will be only given to those who have already registered. So it will take near about 10 to 15 days to get the certificate, and all will get the certificate on your register mail ID. Thank you.
From Department of Physics, Indira Mahavidyalaya, Kadam. First of all, I am very much thankful to RIST for giving me an opportunity to present my research work in this esteemed event. Today's my presentation topic is graphene-based space qualified battery materials. This is the abstract of my work. Here I summarize that what is the crucial role of battery in space mission. On subsequent slide, we become familiar with this topic. So first of all, we understand what is the role of battery in space mission. Today, we know that curved satellites or small satellites are very familiar kind of satellites used in space mission because they are fast, cheap and agile. And what is the actual role of battery in space mission, which are underlined here, that when a satellite passes through an ellipse and no light available for solar cell to produce power, that time batteries take a charge of power supply. This line self-explains that what is the actual role of battery in space mission, and in the absence of this role, satellite functioning may get interrupted or a loss of satellite also occur. So what is the special kind of qualification needed for space battery applications are listed here. First, it must be a reliability and robustness, lightweight and compact for reducing the launch cost, capabilities to perform under extreme temperature, long calendar life, tolerance to high intensity radiation. This is our lithium ion batteries, and on this battery always there is one instruction: do not open, crush and heat above 60 degrees Celsius. This instruction itself self-explains that lithium ion batteries are explosive at above 60 degrees Celsius. So these are some these are the conditions in space. These are some if we look our outer space temperature point of view, you can see what is the surface temperature of our neighboring planets, and if we look our universe through radiation point of view, you see that there is a several kind of radiation which are present in outer space. These are harm to us also. So my point of discussion is that space mission needs everything different. We can for space mission there is always need a different kind of cloth, different kinds of digital camera and different kind of batteries also. So we move towards a noteworthy report present in our literature. First noteworthy report is given by Musa et al. They prepared cobalt oxide reduced graphene oxide nanocomposite, and this composite is electrochemically stable around 100 degrees Celsius. Second noteworthy report is given by Cheng et al. They prepared graphene like graphite anode materials having high capacity and superior rate, and this material is also have stable electrochemical performance around 120 degrees Celsius. And third noteworthy report present in our literature is given by Beck et al. They experimentally prepared graphene sheet, and prepare composite Li-Mn2O4 graphene composite, which is also electrochemically stable at 50 degrees Celsius and at also 100 degrees Celsius. So the conclusion of my work is that a current study demonstrated that pristine graphene cannot become a straight substitute for current graphene carbon-based commercial electrode materials in lithium-ion batteries. Means pure graphene is not directly useful for space qualified battery applications, as it has low coulombic efficiency, high charge discharge platform and poor cycle stability. Therefore, it is necessary to always use graphene in a matrix or in a synergetic form to prepare space qualified battery materials. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kailash sir. May I now request Dr. Sonal Bhoyer to go for her presentation. All the participants are requested to fill the feedback form, which will be provided after the valedictory function. To get the certificate, it is necessary to fill the feedback form. Again, the form will link will be sent onto the various WhatsApp group. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all. Thank you, organizer, for giving opportunity to present my paper virtually in this conference. Myself, Sonal Boyer. I am here to present the paper. Paper title is Analysis of the Thermoelastic Large Deflection Bending in Elliptical Plate on the Elastic Foundation due to Thermal Loading. Outline of this paper. Abstract. In this paper, analyzing the three-dimensional transient heat conducting equation with the internal source as a thermal flux outflow decreasing linearly with the time from the surface of the elliptical plate. Here, applying the theory of the integration transform. The large deflection of the plate when placed on the elastic foundation is formulated from the potential energy equation neglecting the second strain invariant. The new elongance of the modified the total strain energy is obtained in this formulation by incorporating the resulting moment and force within the energy term, thus reduce the computational step. Introduction. Considering the plate placed on the elastic foundation of the Winkle type. The foundation is assumed to be such a way that its reaction is proportional to the deflection. Berger method, the evaluation of the large deflection of the heated clamp plate placed on the elastic foundation has been investigated under transient temperature distribution. The thermal maximum stress component are obtained based on the concept of the bending stress R distribution linearly over the thickness of the plate. This is the model of this. This is the model elliptical plate geometry and elastic foundation. This model occupying the space xi from xi0 to xi0 and eta from 0 to 2 pi and z from L by 2 to minus L by 2. The subjected to the sectional heat supply on the upper face and lower face kept at a zero temperature. Here the formulations of the problem. Equation number 1 is a heat conducting equation and the subjected to the initial and boundary condition are mentioned in equation number 2 and 3. Here the deflections, here the resultant bending moment and maximum normal bending stresses. The solution of this problem in the heat conducting equation in equation number 1 applying the Laplace and Matthew transform, they are satisfied. The boundary condition are given in equation number 2 and 3. We get the temperature distribution in equation number 10. The equation number 11 is the solution of the thermal displacement. Equation number 12 and 13 is the resultant momentum and resultant force. The detailed calculation is given in my paper. The graphical analysis. In this graph, the dimensionless temperature distribution is initially at a 0. At the right boundary xi equals to xi0, they increasing along the radial direction toward the left boundary xi equals to 0. It may be due to the available internal heat generation and sectional prescribed temperature. Initially, the end of the plate at the compressed state and the gradually tensile force increases toward the mid plate. In this graph, this is a dimensionless deflection along the top from the different values of eta. Initially, deflection is 0 at the tau equals to 0 and gradually increasing along the timeline up to tau equals to 0.25 and finally its uniformly is attained. Last is a conclusion. The classical method is its generality and its mathematical ability to tackle different forms of the mechanical and thermal boundary conditions during the large thermal loading deflection and the maximum tensile force that move from the outer surface due to the extreme extension of the upper portion of the plate decreasing with the radius. It may be due to the ambient heat stress, the concentration of the prescribed temperature field or the internal heat source. Thank you. Good morning, one and all. Thank you, organizer, for giving.
Thank you, Sonal ma'am, for your presentation. May I now call upon Ravindra Kumar Dhande. Dr. Ravindra Kumar Dhande, please go for your oral presentation.
All participants are requested to fill the feedback link provided into the WhatsApp group of the conference. certificate will be issued within the 10 to 15 days after the valedictory function. Kindly note.
Good morning, dear friends. I am Dr. Ravi Dhande, Associate Professor, Department of Botany, Shri R.R. Lahoti Science College, Morshi. My topic of presentation is purification of protease inhibitors of selected Vigna species. Dear friends, we know that the protease inhibitors are a class of plant defense proteins. Here what happened? Due to the protease inhibitors, the tryptic and chemotryptic enzymes of Helicoverpa armigera, which seems to be a major pest, get killed down. So in this way, by using a natural defense protein, one can control the Helicoverpa armigera. So we have used the 16 different accessions of Helicoverpa armigera, out of which it is three of the genotypes is found to be having the major activity against Helicoverpa armigera. Then we have this is a material and method for extraction of protease inhibitors, and then after, once we have extracted and find out the activity, then we have purified the protease inhibitors. Likewise, some of the images I want to show you. So this is the rearing of Helicoverpa armigera that done in the laboratory of PDKV, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapit, Akola. So these are the worms. You can see here, these are the worms of Helicoverpa armigera feeding on the artificial diet. Then this is a pupae of Helicoverpa armigera. You can see here, this is the chamber where it can be multiplied. Okay, these are the eggs of Helicoverpa armigera. This is likewise, and we have extracted, and finally we have done the quantification of Helicoverpa armigera proteins, that in the third, fourth and fifth instar larva we got 0.45 around microgram per microliter of the protease inhibitors. Then we have gone for the electrophoretic visualization of these protease inhibitors, and the excellent result we have got here. Like the bands shows that there are different protease inhibitors that can be found here. Okay, these are also the protease inhibitors. They are extracted from the Vigna varieties. And finally, when we have assayed the inhibitory potential of Vigna accessions. Good morning, dear friends. I am Dr. Ravi Dhande.
Thank you, Dr. Rajendra sir. May I call upon the next participant, Dr. Ved Patki, for his presentation.
Hello everyone, this is Dr. Ved Patki, and the topic of my presentation today is status and distribution of Barnaul Titolba from Meghat Tiger Reserve, Amravati, Maharashtra, India. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference who have given me an opportunity to present my work over here. So, moving forward, the habitat of the barn owl is very diverse, as we can find the owls in many habitats such as deserts, grasslands, forests, and the owls are also found near human habitations. The owls have aesthetic and scientific values. Our mythology also has given importance to the owls. In Greek mythology, the owls were considered as wise animals. Morphologically, owls are middle-sized animals. Uh, Basically, they have the features of the preying bird of prey, such as the pointed and curved bill, and the talons are very strong. So these are basically for capturing the prey. The owls may be considered as nocturnal counterparts of the diurnal birds of prey, but they are not related to them. So moving further, there are 32 species of owls which are recorded in India, but there is no recent study of the owl species in India. Amravati district has a very large area surrounded by forest, and Mega Tiger Reserve has major uh, area which is surrounded, which is there in Amravati district. As I have already mentioned, the diversity studies have not been carried out recently, and that is why this study has been carried out. The Mega Tiger Reserve, which is situated in Satpura Hills, is the major hotspot of the diversity, and that is why we have chosen this area as a study area. The study period was from July 2013 to December 2017. Various survey methods have been exercised in this study. So, first we have looked for the local inputs through the local population, where we asked people of the villages which reside in the forest about the sightings of the owl, and their respective locations have been noted. Then we have done survey by foot or motorized vehicle wherever possible, uh, by the paths and trails which were there in the forests. Point survey method around rest houses and houses were also done, and all the sightings were registered using digital camera, and we have taken the GPS location of the owls. Moving towards the results, uh, in the present study I have found that the barn owl species distribution is very scarce, and the owl species is not commonly seen in the Mega Tiger Reserve. Basically, the core area of the Mega Tiger Reserve has not uh, given any sighting of this barn owl, and this barn owl were generally found near human habitations. Total of 21 species were reported, and their GPS location were also taken into account. I have found that the preferred roosting and nesting sites of these owls was banyan trees. Uh, it is written by Taylor that they selected isolated trees around farm sheds and villages. So this study by Taylor was in collaboration with my present study. As I have already mentioned, there is urgent need of the further study to get in-depth knowledge about distribution and status of this barn owl. So with this, I end my lecture presentation over here. Thank you for listening me. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Ved. Here we have concluded with the oral presentation. Once again, I heartily congratulate to all the participants who had given their oral presentation. Once again, on behalf of organizing committee, I thank you all. Now we'll move towards the valedictory function. Good evening to all the respected dignitaries, delegates, eminent speakers, researchers, students, and my dear colleagues. Once again, I am back with you because the time has come to draw a curtain to our one-day international multidisciplinary e-conference on recent innovations in science and technology, Dist 2022, organized by Department of Science and IQAC of late Rajkamalji Bharti, Arts Commerce, and Srimati Sushilabai Rajkamalji Bharti, Science College, Arni. As we have reached to the end of conference, may I take the opportunity to welcome and invite the dignitaries for the session physically as well as virtually. I am pleased to announce that for this session, we have Professor Milind Pandey, NAC coordinator of our college, as the chairperson. May I request sir to please host the chair for the function. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, we also invite Honorable Priyadarshanji Bharti, Treasurer Shri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, to please join us as the guest of honor. Welcome, sir, and thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Pistulkar, sir, Vice Principal of our college, to please join us on the dais. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Dhananjay Deshmukh, convener of this one-day conference, to please join us on the dais. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Dr. Manoj Kakure, the co-convener of this conference, to please take his seat. Thank you. Once again, I welcome you all. I also like to request Dr. S.V. Wankade, Head, Department of Library, to please take his seat on the dais as the guest of honor. Thank you, sir. Without wasting much time, I would like to call the chairperson, Professor Milind Pandey, for his presidential address of this valedictory function.
Good evening, all the guests, dignitaries, and the participants who joined online for today's one-day international multidisciplinary e-conference organized by Science Department as well as IQAC of our college. The title of the conference was Recent Innovation in Science and Technology. First of all, I would like to express my special thanks to the president of our institution, Dr. Kirantai Sanjayji Bharti, and Advocate Siddhartha Bharti for motivating us as well as inspiring us to organize such conferences in our college. Today, we really miss our former president, Dr. Sanjayji Bharti, because he used to encourage us to organize such seminars, workshops, conferences in our college all the time. Today, various keynote speakers from all over the world addressed, guided us on the various topics. Especially in the first session we had Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh from China, who guided us on synthesis, characterization, and mechanistic investigation of novel phosphor materials with dual mode luminescence. Dr. Rahul Bose in the second session guided us from USA. In his speech, he guided us on beta coronavirus induced alternation of cell junction proteins and its plausible role to understand SARS coronavirus 2 pathogenesis. In the third session, we had Dr. Daniel Ania from Netherlands, who guided us on organic chemistry applied to crop protection. And in the fourth session, we had Dr. Mumtaz Beg from Canada, who guided us on technology and COVID-19 pandemic. We also had the other guests who acted as chairperson in the various sessions like Dr. S.B. Yavle, Dr. S.N. Malude, Dr. N.S. Thakre, and Dr. R.A. Gulhane. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable as well as countless time and guided us on this occasion. I'm very glad to announce that we have received very huge response from the researchers within India as well as abroad. We received about 236 registrations for this e-conference as well as 144 research papers. This figure shows how successful this conference is. We are really thankful to all the dignitaries who joined this e-conference in large number. Thank you very much, the organizing committee, for giving me a chance or opportunity to express my presidential speech, especially in the valedictory function. Being the NAC coordinator, I am very happy to announce that this conference is absolutely successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of support. Friends, the end of story is the new beginning for many. With the note, let's conclude with a remarkable and memorable knowledge event of an one-day international multidisciplinary e-conference. On behalf of organizing committee, we sincerely promise you that in the upcoming session, as well as in the year, we will keep on organizing such events related to the various fields with some more innovation, ideas to nourish your minds. Without wasting too much of time, as you all are looking forward to go back to your work, may I now call upon Dr. P.J. Avte, Head, Department of Zoology, to propose the vote of thanks for this valedictory function. And I, Dr. Rupali Tekade, takes a leave from you, promising to see you again. Till then, thank you, take care, and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you. Such is a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. On behalf of Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, District Yavatmal, I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this one-day international e-conference on recent innovation in science and technology, that is RISC 2022, organized by Department of Science and IQAC, led Rajkamalji Bharti Art Commerce and Srimati Sushilabai Rajkamalji Bharti Science College, Arni, District Yavatmal. Today, I, Dr. Prashant Avte, Head Department of Zoology, take the opportunity to put my gratitude into the words. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Dr. Dilip Malkhede sir, Vice Chancellor Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, for his gracious presence as a inaugurator in the International Multidisciplinary E-Conference. I extend my sincere thanks to Advocate Siddharth Bharti Sir, Secretary Sri Datta Prasadik Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Arni, for his presence in the conference. Thank you, sir, for encouraging us to arrange such an event and also for your motivational and inspirational words. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape the conference. At the onset, I would like to thank all honorable resource persons from different countries like Dr. Abdul Hakim Deshmukh sir from China, Dr. Rahul Basu sir from USA, Dr. Daniel Blanco Ania from Netherlands, and Dr. Mumtaz Beg from Canada, and also chairpersons Dr. S.P. Avle sir, then chairperson Dr. S.N. Malode sir, chairperson Dr. N.S. Thakre sir, Dr. R.A. Gulane sir for different technical session, as well as national and local advisory committee members from the different states, India and outside India who bless us with their presence. Wholeheartedly, I would like to thank our principal Dr. R.M. Tater sir for his enthusiastic support and guidance for organizing such an event. As well as I would like to thank respected Dr. N.A. Pistulkar sir for kind support to the conference, as well as for guest of honors of today's function, as well as today's chairperson of today's valedictory function. I would like to thank Professor Milind Pandey sir, NAC coordinator. I would like to thank our librarian, Dr. S.V. Wankhede sir, for his constant help and guidance that radiate a source of energy within us. We will remain grateful to you, sir. I would like to thank convener of this conference, Dr. D.P. Deshmukh sir, as well as co-convener of conference, Dr. M.R. Kakure sir, IQAC coordinator, for taking a responsibility for arranging and this international e-conference, which can be explored new ideas of research in science and technology all over the world. My heartfelt thanks to all the delegates, research scholars, and student participants from different states of India and outside India for their gracious presence in this e-conference. A special hearty thanks to organizing committee, technical committee, as well as teaching and non-teaching staff of the college for their unflinching support, coordination, and enormous cooperation for making this event successful. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues who know their job and are result oriented. Finally, with these warm words and a kind message, and with the permission of all the dignitaries, I declare that today's valedictory program of International Multidisciplinary E-Conference RISC 2022 is over. Thank you very much. All the there is one notification that all the participants are requested kindly fill up the feedback form, which is uploaded in the conference WhatsApp group. These certificates as well as published paper will be sent to you within 10 to 15 days. Thank you.